WILOA. Thanks for reminding me. This meeting is being recorded, just so everyone knows from this point moving forward. But please contact your local assigner. I can reach out to WILOA. I'm not a WILOA person. I'm just a certified USA lacrosse trainer. Okay, so if you have any questions, reach out to I can give you that email too later on in the chat. But they should have all of the recordings for the trainings. And as you could probably hear, this training is also being recorded. So my guess is they will post those shortly. Okay. All right. So can everyone see my shared screen? Just give a thumbs up emoji if you can see illegal contact PowerPoints. I'm hoping you guys can see that. Let's see. Okay, are you guys seeing the full screen or are you guys seeing the notes page too?
The notes page too.
Notes page too. Okay, that's annoying for you. Okay, let me just do this. Let's go do this. There we go. Okay, so now everybody should just see the full screen illegal contact slide, right?
No, it's still the notes page.
Still notes page. Fantastic. Let me see if this will work. I'm assuming it's still the notes page.
Correct.
All right. Well, we'll just do it the hard way. Oh. All right. Let's see. All right, so we'll just do this. Great, that's what we're gonna get. So we kind of stopped at illegal contact and pushing last week. So we're just gonna briefly go over those. We're gonna go over the rest of technical fouls, personal fouls. We'll dive back into mechanics, and then we'll get into the specifics of face-off, restarts, and play around the goal area. Okay, so when we talked about illegal contact last week, okay, illegal contact was essentially, okay, illegal screen, illegal touching, okay, all of these kinds of different plays. We watched examples of an illegal screen. You can watch that again. Okay, so the point about this being an illegal screen by blue right here, okay, is for a proper screen or pick, your feet have to be stationary. You can't be leaning into contact with the opposite team. And really your stick should be within shoulder width, okay? You don't want to have a stick hanging out. So that was a good call for an illegal screen right there by the official. And then illegal contact is going to go into this umbrella term of things like holding and such. We talked about this particular example last week where when you look at this picture, it looks pretty, you know, it could look pretty, you know, daunting or like it's a big significant penalty, but that might not be the case. Okay, so the context and your ability to follow that play is very important. So right now it looks like, you know, the defender has a stick in the guy's neck and he's potentially holding him from his neck, but you don't know if the, you know, a second before that, the offensive player nudged the stick up with his arm and that caused it to make neck contact and the defender is actually not using the stick to gain an advantage. So that's why taking a snapshot picture of things can be a little bit misleading, okay? But the big take-home message is, you know, what's the advantage? Is there a disadvantage to the player and an advantage to the other player? If not, sometimes that no call, it's okay, okay? The big thing to consider is the advantage disadvantage, right? If the ball's loose you can just use a simple play on. We'll discuss that in greater detail again today. Okay, because sometimes stopping the play for a penalty is certainly a technical foul, actually puts the team that was offended at a disadvantage, because they might be able to pick up the ball, or they're in the process of picking up the ball, running down the field, gaining an advantage. And now you stopping it too early can actually cause that team to be at a disadvantage. Okay, so you always want to make sure that you're able to gauge the advantage, disadvantage. And that really depends. It also says here on context. Is the stick being held with is the defenseman holding the attackman's stick or the midfielder's stick to gain an advantage? Is it a simple check that's just lasting a little bit longer? It's all about how much contact and how much pressure. So that, as well as advantage, disadvantage, is going to determine your holding calls. Okay, certainly possession versus no possession, right? If it's a possession holding call, it's always going to be a flag. Okay, if it's a loose ball, then you're going to have to use the play on and determine whether or not the team that's being held is also going to be at a disadvantage if you stop play too early to award them the ball, because they might be able to pick it up and score. So once you get on the field, you'll start to see these in real time. And for those of you who have played or are currently playing in high school, just remember that the level of contact and intensity in youth lacrosse is way less than what you guys experience at the high school level. Okay, so you have to call the game for safety. Again, we've talked about last week. Call the game for safety and fairness, always first and foremost. Safety, fairness. We can take this example of a hold.
In this clip, White has the ball and he is dodging to the goal when he is held by the red long stick defender around the neck. This is a common hold seen in lacrosse games, and the official correctly throws his flag. The red defender should be assessed a penalty of 30 seconds for this technical foul. Here, White has the ball behind the goal and he passes to his teammate, who is held around the neck by the red defender. The red defender's stick comes up and around the white player's neck and disadvantages him from finishing his shot. This is correctly flagged by the on-field officials, and the red defender should serve a 30-second penalty.
So what's real important to note from both of those examples is that the defenseman actually gets in the neck area. So if it's an egregious neck penalty and they're making contact with the stick first in the neck in a slashing manner, call that a slash, and you can use a 2 or 3 minute penalty. But in this case, the pressure in this context is not reaching the level of a slash. Okay, and it's really staying at that 30-second technical foul penalty. And you can see that the offensive player in both instances had a pretty good chance at scoring because they're almost unabetted or they almost had a clear path to the goal. And the act of the hold actually prevented them from having that path and gave them a significant disadvantage. So in both of those cases, that's a pretty standard 30-second technical hold. Does anybody have any questions? Great. All right, let's take it.
In this clip, White has the
same
ball.
one. Let's do this. Great. So then pushing is another illegal contact penalty. Okay, pushing again can occur with possession or without possession. If the push is on a person with possession of the ball, that's going to be a flag down 30-second technical call. If it's a loose ball, it's going to be possession awarded. Okay, but you always want to wait and give the person that's being pushed the chance to potentially finish the play, pick up the ball, and then there's no penalty. Okay, so this is a big difference between personal fouls and technical fouls too, is that if there's really no advantage gained from the push and the ball's loose, okay, give the team that was pushed the chance to pick up the ball and gain their advantage by running up the field and potentially, or clearing the ball, or setting up offense, or doing something to gain that advantage. Okay, we'll go over this more on the field, but that's a play on situation. And then when the team gets the ball and they've established possession and they're no longer at a disadvantage, then the play on simply over. Again, that's a loose ball penalty, loose ball penalty. If they have possession and there's a push on them, okay, and it gives them a disadvantage, it puts them in a disadvantage, that's going to be a flag down situation. Okay, flag down situation. So again, these technical fouls are always about some kind of advantage, disadvantage, and context. And was it like egregious pressure or contact? If not, then it's without possession, the technical fouls could be a play on. And if the team that pushed collects the ball, then it's simply just a whistle and you change possession. You give it to the team that got their player got pushed. Okay. So it's also, even at our level of lacrosse, at the boys youth lacrosse level, the level of contact that you can have within 5 yards or 3 yards of a ball is going to be a little bit different on the age groups. Okay. And your local assigner will talk to you about that at field training. But essentially at 14U, within 5 yards of a loose ball, there can be pushing from the side or front. Okay. It's very important to understand that pushing cannot be at a level of gaining an advantage or disadvantage. Okay, so context, pressure, all that stuff matters. Okay. If anyone has any questions, just let me know. I don't know if yeah, this one plays. So here's a pushing example we saw last week. Right. So can anyone say, chime in, what did they see that drew the flag there? Anyone?
Blue was picking up the ball and white pushed the guy out of bounds and they lost possession otherwise. They would have lost possession.
Yeah, great. Where did he push him? Can you see it on that video?
In the back too.
Yeah. So the push in the back is the number one thing we start seeing with the technical fouls at this level. Great. Thanks for chiming in there, bud. And you have to remember, like, if a player is making a play on the ball, picking up a ground ball, and they have their back turned as they're picking it up, you can't make contact from behind. Okay. Every time that's got to be some kind of either a play on or a flag down if the player has the ball in their stick. Okay. So this is really important. When you have possession of the ball and you see a push like that from behind, that player has possession of the ball, you got to throw the flag. We talked about this last week, but where does this typically happen? That we see these pushes from behind? Like what part of transition? Anyone? Or where in the field do we typically see these?
The edges, like on the sidelines and stuff.
Sidelines for sure. When a team's clearing. We see it a lot. We see it a lot also at any sideline and end line. So those are the main times that we see this ball, we see these push from behind, because a lot of times people are chasing the ball or the ball's going to the line and the player is trying to get it. If it's loose, they get a push from behind, they'll just get the ball. If they have possession, throw the flag. That's going to be a 30-second technical if the push is from behind and it's very clear that the player who got pushed was disadvantaged. Okay, does everyone understand that? This is a really nuanced call and it's hard to make on the fly, but once you do more games, and I think what everyone will find, just one little digression here, is that your first couple of games will probably seem like they're going fast, even for you newer players, or for you new officials who are players. You'll find like, oh, like, where am I looking? You know, where am I supposed to be looking? All this, like, what am I looking for? That's totally natural. Okay, that's why we try to put you with a seasoned official your first few games. Okay, but by the end of the season, the game is going to significantly slow down. Okay, just like it does for you high school players between your freshman year to senior year. Right, the game slows down. You know what to look for. You know what an advantage looks like or a disadvantage looks like on the field. Okay, so it could be a little bit daunting early, but don't worry about it. The more games you do, the better you'll get. Okay, the more games you do, the better you'll get. So here's actually where we ended last week with interference. Again, it's another technical foul. And this is the interference that does not relate to the goalkeeper. Okay, like a lot of rules in lacrosse, interference is kind of a umbrella term for a number of different potential calls. Okay, so interference could be off ball, preventing somebody from freely running around the fields. Okay, it could be interfering with somebody more than 5 yards away from a loose ball at 14U and in high school. Okay, so if a team has possession of the ball, offense has possession of the ball, they're trying to run a set in their offensive zone, and a defenseman or a midi is preventing an offensive player from freely moving around the field by holding them, you can call that interference. You can call that a hold. Okay, but interference is kind of this catch-all term, and as it's a technical foul, if White has possession of the ball and Gray is defending them, Gray commits a interference call on White. And White still has the ball. It's just a flag down situation. Okay, a flag down situation. So remember, technical fouls with possession, flag down, 30 seconds. Okay. Technical fouls on a loose ball, you can use your play on. Okay. And just remember that a second technical foul, okay, should end that play on situation. Okay. So then just blow your whistle, award possession as to the first technical foul that you saw. Okay. So you'll get more comfortable doing flag downs, but it's one of the most important things we do as officials to kind of keep flow of the game going. We don't always want to stop play. We want play to go as much as it can without there being an obvious advantage, disadvantage situation. Okay. So here's an example of interference. So what did someone chime in? What did they see in this clip here?
I can chime in. I saw a defender more than 5 yards away from the ball, knocking a stick out of an offensive player's hands.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty clear example of interference. It's not a loose ball, so you shouldn't be checking someone's stick out of their hands anyway. They didn't let the player freely pass. That's a pretty clear 30-second interference call. Great, thanks. So we'll just take that, watch that again through. Boom, right there. Super straightforward call. And pretty stupid call. I mean, that's just a for the defensive players, it's not a win situation for them. So let's take another look at interference example. Great. So, I mean, it's pretty obvious. This is an example of not letting a player freely run, an offensive player freely run across the field. I mean, these are both pretty good textbook examples of interference. The first one was more while a team had possession of the ball, a defensive player knocks the stick out of the opponent's hand and also pushed him a little bit. I mean, that's pretty obvious. And this one is the actual physical body contact of preventing someone from freely running through. So both of these penalties could also occur, or certainly this last one. You can also hold the player with your stick, and instead of while they're trying to run across the field, so you're preventing them from moving, you can call that a hold. You can call that interference. Either way, both are going to be 30-second technical fouls. Okay. Does anybody have any questions? All right, great. So if that's the case, we're going to move to game management fouls that all fall within the technical foul window. Okay. This is probably everyone's least favorite call because it usually means that there's some chirping going on, but that's a conduct foul. Okay. This is a very important call that we don't want to have to use, but we do have to use it occasionally to get coaches and players under control. Okay. This is important. This can be called on the coach, player, or any non-playing personnel, but it all goes to the head coach, the bench. Okay. If it's coming from the bench, you can't tell who it is. Every bench penalty is the head coach's responsibility. Okay. But never, ever call a conduct penalty on fans. It's not your responsibility to police the fans. It is the coach of that team's fans' responsibility. It is not yours. If you ever have a problem with the fans during your game, and I hope you don't, but if you do, go to the head coach and say, hey, coach, I'm having a problem over here. You have to talk to it. You know, this fan is out of control and it's not your place. Do not ever make contact with that fan. Don't engage them in any way. Okay. It's the head coach's job of the fans that fan is cheering for is responsibility. So it's either the home team coach or the away or the visiting team's coach responsibility, not yours. Never is. There's never a situation where you should engage fans. Okay. So we'll talk about this later in like an escalation of ways of dealing with problem coaches or players. But the conduct foul is usually your first line of defense. Okay, it's the first level before going all the way up to an unsportsmanlike conduct. Okay, so the best way to use a conduct foul, okay, is when the coach is chirping at you and you just say, hey, coach, you know, that's enough. I'm just calling what I see. You do your best to diffuse a situation. If that coach is still chirping at you when his team has the ball, then you call the conduct foul, because what happens is it's just a loss of possession. It's just a simple loss of possession. So you would blow your whistle. You could say 30-second conduct foul. Doesn't even need a time, because since they have possession, it's a technical foul. It's just going to be a change of possession. But what that does is it tells the coach and both coaches, really, even if one isn't being a jackass about stuff, but it tells that coach who's acting out, like, hey, this is going to happen. There are going to be consequences for you behaving this way. And the first line of defense, or the first action, is going to be when you have the ball, you're going to lose the ball. Okay. Just make sure that if the coach isn't chirping at you when they have the ball, that you're not throwing a conduct penalty on them. Try to de-escalate the situation. Okay. If they're done chirping at you, don't throw the flag for something that happened previously. Okay. Never do that. Only do it for things that are occurring extemporaneously. Does everyone understand that? That can be a little bit tough to do. Conduct fouls, anybody? Okay. And then the main thing to do, like with all your officiating, is to be consistent. Okay. What you do for team A, do for team B. What you do for a player on the black team, do for the same player that they're playing on the red team. Okay. Just be consistent. Stalling at the youth level, you're going to have to talk to your local assigner about the stalling rules that would be in effect in their area. Okay, but excuse me. Essentially what it is you can an offensive team can stall, but so can a defensive teams too. They can fail to be aligned in a proper 20-second count on a restart. So just talk to your local assigner about the stalling rules that are in place in your area. Okay. High school stalling rules do not apply to all levels of youth lacrosse. So you have to talk to your local assigner about what local rules they're using for stalling. Okay, so that's it for technical fouls. let's see if I can pull this up. We're gonna go right into personal fouls. Well, first off, does anybody have any questions about personal fouls or technical fouls? Anyone? Good. Okay. So we're gonna move on then to personal fouls. Looks like my screen is being sharing. That's great. All right. Perfect. Okay. Personal fouls are always the big one. Okay, because they're about safety. They're always about safety. Technical fouls are about game management, game flow. Personal fouls are about safety. As you can see from, everyone can see these 4 boxes here. These are all going to be examples of personal fouls or potential personal fouls, right? You have your cross check, you have your wind up leading to a slash, you have your head contact, even though this is by a goalie, still call it. You have your probably illegal body check here, okay? But judging from a picture, you can't really tell, okay? So remember, if, for example, you're in a game and you for whatever reason you weren't watching that particular part of the play, and there's this huge hit that you didn't see, you can't call a penalty. Okay, that's why we are doing our best in field training to train you where you should be looking at all times. But if you don't see something, you cannot throw a flag. Okay, you cannot throw a flag. So you have to make sure that, and we'll talk about this later when we get more into mechanics, that the official whose responsibility it is to be watching the ball or watching the off ball area is always doing just that. Okay, so let's get into personal fouls. When you take that 50 test or 50 question youth boys specific test, you might want to know this definition of what a personal foul is. Okay, illegal body check, slash, cross check, tripping, unnecessary roughness, USC unsportsmanlike conduct, checks involving the head, neck, and use of illegal cross or illegal equipment. All of these things are going to fall under the umbrella of what a personal foul is. Again, these are all about safety. Okay. USA Lacrosse likes to use these kind of 3 types of personal fouls. I mean, this is just what we talked about: illegal contact, illegal equipment, and illegal conduct. The illegal contact being illegal body checks or slashing, illegal equipment being playing with an illegal stick or some kind of illegal equipment, and then illegal conduct would fall into that unsportsmanlike conduct penalty. So I would also know this for the test: cross check, illegal body check, head and neck contact checks, body checking a defenseless player. That's a big one this year as well. Slashing, tripping, unnecessary roughness. At youth, certainly USA Lacrosse and Badgerlands, the Madison area always follow the same rule on slashing. Any one-handed stick check. Any one-handed stick check is a 1-minute penalty. And again, penalties are full serve this year, so that means that it's a full 1 minute. Okay. If they don't make contact, that's still potentially a penalty, depending on how violent the swing is. Okay. There's 0 one-handed stick checks as far as USA Lacrosse is concerned at 10, 12, or 14U. You have to call those. And I know that's different from high school. I mean, we all played high school lacrosse and college lacrosse. One-hand stick checks are one of the most popular ways to blow a play on defense, right? So you have to train yourself to, when you see that and you're officiating youth lacrosse, you have to throw that flag. Okay, it's a flag down situation. And then once the play is dead, once the offense loses possession of the ball, then you can stop play and you can adjudicate that penalty. Tripping, we'll talk about tripping a little bit too, but tripping can be a tough one. If it's kind of incidental contact where two people get their feet tied together, that's not going to be a tripping penalty, but it's a judgment call. For example, if somebody does a stick check, let's say they try to do a poke check, but that poke check ends up tripping the player, that's a trip. That's a trip based on the direct result of the defensive player's actions. Okay, which is different than two kids getting their feet tied up and tripping each other. Okay, big difference, and we'll talk about that later. Unnecessary roughness is also kind of a catch-all term for a play that you feel rises to a level of contact that's way too much. Way too much. Okay. Does anybody have any questions? Is everybody muted? I guess I can do that too. Okay, super. Yep. So we'll start with cross check. Again, this is a pretty good picture of some dude getting cross checked here. And really the main thing you're looking for with a cross check is the contact to the player being initiated by the area between the hands of the stick, between the gloves on the stick. If that stick is the first thing making contact and there's a thrusting motion, that's going to be a cross check. Okay, you're looking for the contact between the gloves, so the stick is making contact with the player first, the thrusting motion, and then the potentially holding their arms extended. Okay, the key to the cross check, as certainly at this level, is look for the separation and a definitive thrusting motion. Okay, does anybody know why the thrusting motion is so important on the cross check as of 2 years ago? What changed 2 years ago? Do you guys remember? Anyone? So about 2 years ago, 2 to 3 years ago, USA Lacrosse started allowing cross-check holds, which are different. Cross-check holds is playing the player with the area between your gloves, but you're not making that initial thrusting contact with the player. Okay, so it's more like you have your set defensive position, the player is coming into you, you're making contact with that stick area, but you're not driving the player or thrusting your stick with them to make that potentially dangerous play. So the cross check is really, for a personal foul, it's really about thrusting and making that contact that you're thrusting with the area between your gloves on the stick. Okay, on your stick. I don't think these videos play very, yeah, so these videos aren't playing, but I'm sure it was a great video of cross check. Okay, illegal body check. So an illegal body check is also certainly at the youth level is going to be a call based on your local area that you're assigning. Okay, there's no body checking from USA Lacrosse rules at 10U. Okay, hopefully all areas are following that rule, but certainly in Madison, there's no body checking at 10U. There's man ball, there's jostling for a loose ball, but there's zero body checks. Okay, at 12U there's body contact, and at 14U there's legal body checks. Okay, but the key at these different age levels, and you're going to talk to your local assigner about this at your field training, is how do I determine what's an illegal body check? At 14U in the Madison area, if you are initiating a body check simply to knock a person down, that's going to be an illegal body check. That is the intent. Okay. The whole purpose of you making body contact is to knock a player to the ground. That's illegal in Madison. Okay. And per USA Lacrosse rules. Okay. What we always like to say is lacrosse is a contact sport. There's no way around that, and there shouldn't be a way around that. But at each of the different age levels that you're going to be officiating, 10U, 12U, or 14U, there has to be protections in there based on the size of the players and the skills level discrepancies of the players. Okay, there's plenty of times you're going to find a 6'2", 14-year-old kid playing against a 5'3", 65-pound kid. Okay. That larger player has to be able to control the level of contact that they're delivering to the smaller player. And it's your responsibility as an official, okay, to make sure that there isn't a dangerous level of play. Okay. So if there's more than 5 yards from a loose ball, there's a body check, that's illegal. Okay. From the back or from below the waist, definitely illegal. You can never hit a player on the ground. Okay. This is a very important issue. We'll get to this also when we talk about face-offs, but at the 6, 8, and 10U, 10U level will be the only ones that you would be officiating most likely. The face-off midfielders can still be on their knees to face off. Okay. At 12U and 14U, you should be standing up. It should be the same grip restrictions, and you should not be on your knees when you're facing off at 12 and 14U. Okay. Part of that's also that the contact at 12 and 14U is lower. So if a player's on the ground, you can never hit them, right? You can never make that contact with a player who's on the ground. And it doesn't just apply to the face-off rules, it applies to all the time on the field. So people will fall down, they'll try to get up, they'll try to pick up a loose ball on their knees. That's different than facing off on your knees, okay? They should still get up, but they can never be hit while they're on their knees or on the ground. Okay. Illegal body checks. 5 years ago, USA Lacrosse came out with a big initiative to kind of curtail checks involving the head and neck. Okay. Any of the following penalties: spearing, uncontrolled slash, particularly violent cross check to the head or neck, targeting to the head or neck, something that starts out legal, which means like you're starting out making good body contact in the chest, but then you finish with your hands coming up, making contact to the head and neck, spearing when you lead with your own helmets, make contact. Any of those should be 2 to 3 minutes. Okay. So what's the big difference? The big difference is the head and neck contact. A cross check to the abdomen, that can suck, right? I mean, you can do some damage there, but a cross check to your head and neck can be extremely dangerous. All right. Remember, your job as officials is always primarily safety, secondarily game flow, game management. Okay. So when you see any of these checks involving the head or neck, okay, that should always be 2 or 3 minutes. 2 or 3 minutes. Okay. Does anybody have any questions on that? No? All right, super. So here's a video, a little play showing some illegal head and neck contact. So there's no sound here. You can see 91. There we go. Oh, nice job. So not only does that's sportsmanship right there. So that's actually pretty hilarious. You can see pretty clearly that the defenseman is coming down for a second or third help. Oh, first, even better. He clearly is cross-checking the player in the head and neck. Okay. And then maybe to kind of get rid of the severity of the penalty, he gives him a hand to get up to. Right. So I would call this probably 3 minutes. Does anybody have any ideas? What would you guys call this? I'll try to stop it right at the contact. There we go. What does everyone think? 2 minutes, 3 minutes? What do you think?
I would say based on where he came from, I'd do 3 because he came from almost 5 yards out too.
Yeah, that's a good running borderline coma slide that he's trying to put his young friend into. What does everyone else think?
Same thought.
Same thought, Christopher. All right. I'm totally fine if you call this a 3 minute. If you just give it a 2 minute, because maybe you thought he held up a little bit, that's a judgment call. Either way, this can't be less than 2 minutes. Okay. For me, it's definitely 3 minutes. Okay. Hopefully you don't have to deal with that. I think this is the same play. Okay. Also at the youth level, what we see a lot due to different levels of skill is contact with a defenseless player. Okay. Usually called a blindside hit. Okay. These can happen with and without possession, which is really important. On a loose ball, a lot of times some lesser skilled kids or kids who are newer to the game just have their heads down, just trying to get the ball up, and someone will just blow them up. Just make a body check on them when their head's down. They're not looking. They don't even have possession. That's an immediate whistle. Okay, immediate whistle, flag down. You're going to give them a 2 or 3 minute penalty for illegal body check of a defenseless player. Okay. Conversely, you know, a player could have possession of the ball. Okay. They could be carrying it up the fields. They could not see a player coming from the opposite direction. And then that at the last second, the player with the ball turns, faces the player who's running at them. They'll clear them out. That's still going to be a defenseless player. This isn't the NFL. Once you have possession of the ball, you're still considered, you can still be defenseless. All right. So it's really important to understand at the youth level, 14, 12, and certainly 10, any of these body checks where you can see that the intent is just to hit somebody, that's a penalty. That's a penalty. Okay. There are instances of legal body checking. Loose ball within, 3 yards, 5 yards of the ball, depending on the age group, right? 2 players doing equal pressure or equal contact with the body check. That's legal. Checks from the front that aren't blindside or defenseless player hits, that's legal. Okay. But the intent that you're trying to determine is pretty easy when a kid takes a 20-yard run at another kid and just blows them up without stopping. That's a 3 minute, at least a 3 minute penalty, and maybe an ejection in some cases. Okay, does everyone understand that? Let's see, yeah, this one doesn't play either. So these USA Lacrosse videos don't play, but I'm sure it was very egregious. We'll move on to targeting. Okay, targeting can be blindside hits with and without possession. So it's similar to what we were talking about with defenseless player, right? The difference with targeting is like what I described before, where the player takes this 20-yard run at another player just to do a body check or just to do a cross check on a player. 3 minutes, 3 minute penalty at least. And I would seriously consider talking to your partner about whether it reaches the level of ejection. What does that mean? Like if the player is out of control and he's doing like a 25-yard run at another player just to hit him, I have no problem with you ejecting that player with a targeting penalty. No trouble at all. Okay. If the coach complains, they're going to complain to Joe Ornstein, Randy, or myself. And all 3 of us are pretty much on the same page that the safety of the players is most important at this level. And certainly at high school level, that could be examined for a ejection. Okay. So head down on loose ball is another one. I mean, you can call that targeting, you can hit target, you can call it blindsiding, but when it's that compressive hit to the head, just use the 3 minute non-releasable penalty, please. Okay. And then whenever you eject a player, don't forget, once the quarter or half is over that with which the period that you ejected the player, text your assigner and let them know you had to eject the player, give them the number, because then your assigner, we're probably on the field officiating as well, but as soon as we get that, we have to let the local organization know that X player X from this team is now ejected for the rest of the weekend and potentially disqualified from further games. Okay, so always err on the side of being more on the concerned with safety than anything else. Okay, remember, these are judgment calls, but you're there, your partner's there, the coaches are there, the players are there. if there's no video, our job is to train you and make sure that you're doing a good enough job that we can trust you. Okay. And I don't put people on the field that I don't trust. Randy doesn't, and Joe doesn't either. Okay. So it's our job to train you. Certainly during field training, you'll get a lot more training. Okay. But these are the kind of calls that come up in games occasionally, and always err on the side of caution. Always err on the side of safety. Okay. Here's a targeting video. Thank you, Elevation. Okay, so here we go. This is a good one. Defensive player. Where am I going? He's going to get blindsided. There you go, by an attackman. So what do you think about this video? Is that a penalty or not a penalty? And why? Anybody?
I would say a penalty, and the main reason is the attacking player can obviously see the defender is not looking his way. And I would say also, if he plays the stick to try to get the ball, that's one thing, but he goes for a takeout hit. And that's where it kind of crosses that line for me.
Great, Ian. Anybody else have any thoughts on this? Zach, you got anything? Jack, Brody, Gil, Jude, Tom? Anybody else have any thoughts on this? Or does everybody agree with Ian? Yeah, so I mean, this is.
I agree with Ian, sorry.
Oh, thanks, Scott. Yeah, so this is a high school game that we're watching, right? At the high school level, that is a very specific, that is a very obvious call. Okay. Even at the high school level where you're assuming, skills are a little bit better than they are at youth, hopefully, and players are a little bit better able to protect themselves. You see this play a lot in high school and even college lacrosse, where there's unsettled play, it turns into transition quick, and a defenseman or a midi is not able to get their bearings right away, and they don't realize there's attackmen on either side of them coming up and hitting them. It's a very common call. But here at the youth level, this is always going to be a penalty. Okay, I would probably give this 3 minutes at the youth level, because there's two things going on. It was targeting. The kid obviously took a run at the defenseman with the ball. And also, it's very clearly also just an illegal body check.
Can you play the video again?
Yeah. So did anybody notice anything about this play? Experienced officials, maybe? Do you see a flag down anywhere?
Yeah, I don't see a flag down, and there was no stoppage of play either, because
Right.
apparently they're saying the blue team has advantage with no penalty. So.
Yeah. So again, this is a high school video, and it's a targeting video example that USA Lacrosse provides. So again, this is hitting a defenseless player. This is taking a run at a player, making contact. At the high school level, this is a penalty. At the youth level, this is a very significant penalty. Okay. So at the youth level, this is an illegal body check and targeting. Okay. But you only adjudicate the more significant penalty, which would be targeting, which would encompass that illegal body check. Because remember, body contact is very limited in youth lacrosse, depending on the age group, 3 to 5 yards. Okay. And here you have not just an illegal body check, a check intended to knock a guy down, but you also have the fact that the player ran X amount of yards to take that player out. So that's targeting. So that would just be a targeting penalty, 2 to 3 minutes. Mike Finnegan, do you have anything? No? Okay. So that's a pretty good example of maybe a possibly missed call during this camp. when this kid got blown up, that they're taking this video. But at the youth level, and even at the high school level, this is going to be some level of targeting. Slashing. Does anybody have any questions before we move on to slashing from targeting? Okay, great. So, slashing, swinging with viciousness or reckless abandon. What does that little description of slashing omit on purpose? So anybody, can anyone tell me what's missing from that description, that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 letter description?
Contact.
Yeah, I would say contact.
Exactly. So that's just swinging. That's what we described before. Even the act of swinging violently is enough to warrant a slash. Typically, anything above the shoulders, when you raise that stick, that's going to be too much swinging or too much intent to slash. Okay, you have to make sure that the players are under control. The way you do that is to throw flags. Okay, set the tone early. The second definition is striking your opponent in the head, back, and leg. All of that is potentially escalated if it's hit in the head. Okay, remember, the back and the leg slashes are typically going to be your 1 minute slashes. Slashing in the head is going to be that head contact penalty, and that'll be escalated to 2 or 3 minute penalties. Okay. Yeah, this video doesn't play. It's grainy old USA Lacrosse videos. Okay, so it's really important that you also understand at the youth level, there are no one-handed swinging checks. We talk about this all the time, but it's really tough sometimes to forget to throw that flag if you're not used to officiating youth lacrosse, because it's so prevalent in high school and college levels. Okay, so always throw that flag for a one-handed swing, even without contact, or a one-handed swinging check. Okay, does anyone have any questions on that? Slashing, great. All right, tripping. Tripping is another kind of a tough call to make. It's really the take-home message with tripping is always the language you should think about is obstructing below the waist with positive primary action. What does that mean? That means your stick, or an action by you on the lower body to cause a trip. That does not mean, again, what we talked about earlier, that does not mean if your feet get tangled up with your opponent's feet and you both go down, that's not a trip. That's not positive primary action. Versus you going for a stick check, right? Let's say you're going to do a poke check, because that's the most prevalent in youth lacrosse. You go to poke check, but your stick goes down and trips the kid. That's positive primary action. Okay, let's say a kid's running by you and you stick your leg out, and on purpose, pretty clear that you're trying to trip him. That's positive primary action. Okay, secondary action is like your feet potentially, you're jostling up and then your feet get stuck together, you both fall down. That's not a penalty. Okay, just let that go. People are going to be like, oh my God, like that's a trip. It's not a trip. And if you don't see that happening, you don't see the feet getting tangled, you don't see any positive primary action, and both players fall down, there's no call. Never call what you don't see. Okay, never call what you don't see. The trip in the case of the positive primary action being like a stick check that ends up going down and trips a player, it doesn't have to be intentional. It's still a penalty in that case when the positive primary action causes the trip. Okay. USA Lacrosse likes to think about, like, would he have gone down without the help of the player who's defending him, i.e. without the action of the player who's defending him? That's a pretty good guiding principle for whether there's a trip or not. Tripping video, yeah, US Lacrosse videos don't play very well. Does anybody have any questions on tripping? No? Okay, great.
Jeremy,
yeah.
I have a question back on slashing.
Yeah.
I think in the description it didn't talk about anything to the arm. It was just to to the head, back, or leg. How about to the arm that's not on the stick?
Yep, great. That would be considered swinging with viciousness if they're repeatedly checking the arm without the stick and they have the ball, you can give them a warning, and if they keep doing it, flag them. Absolutely. You can always, if a player has possession of the ball and they have one hand on their stick and their other arm is kind of blocking, either if they're trying to just not ward, but do a classic one hand carry, you can poke check that arm. That's totally fine. What you can do is wind up and hit it. If they wind up and they hit that arm, that motion of winding up is enough where you should throw that flag. Okay. Again, if they come above the shoulders to try to check at any time, that's going to be a slash. You should be calling that a slash. Okay. If they come above their head, obviously that's a slash. But repeatedly hitting a player in escalating fashion on their off arm, give them a warning while they're doing it. And if they keep doing it, then you can definitely call that a slash. Okay. You just want to be careful because, certainly at 14U, poke checks, kids are getting way more skilled at 14U than I was when I was 14 playing. Okay. Like there's a lot more elaborate defenses being called. There's a lot more elaborate checks. Right. And at 14U, you're going to see kids really poke checking and then maybe throwing in a slap check. Right. Slap check is typically a check that's going to go back behind the player to try to hit the ball if the player's body is properly between the defenseman and their stick, right? So essentially it's like poke slap or poke back, right? If a player at this level in youth lacrosse is trying to do a check across the back of another player, you should definitely, if that hits their back primarily, throw that as a flag, please. Okay, that's one of the most difficult checks to legally do. And at 12 and 14U, even though the skill level is really high, it's going to be a very rare situation where a defensive player can actually do a back check or a slap check and not make primarily contact with the back of the player, but actually hit their stick. Okay, so throw that penalty. And if at the field training, we'll get a better feel for this also, but use your common sense. Like, you're going to see some of these defensive players are going to be real skilled and they can essentially rip the ball from the player they're guarding at any time they want. And sometimes they get bored and they start trying new things like a helicopter check, a swinging gate check, like all these different things. Those can be very dangerous because they can end up with head neck contact or back contact. Okay. So just be vigilant and just do your best to always focus on those safety related issues. But you can certainly have a check that's a slash that hits stick. You can have a slash that hits the arm of the player guarding it. All of those targets could potentially be slashes depending on the viciousness and the swinging motion of the stick. Great question, Bennett. Anybody have anything else real quick on slashing before I choke to death? No, great. Bing. Okay, so unnecessary roughness. This is a good catch-all penalty too, when you might see like a couple different things at the same time, like a legal body check, but it doesn't rise to the level of targeting or anything, but it's just more viciousness, right? Unnecessary roughness could be an escalation of a technical foul. So from USA Lacrosse's perspective, excessively violent holding and pushing infractions. What does that look like? We'll see if the videos actually play, but usually it's something that rises above holding, right? So if you remember the holding and interference penalties, it was a guy getting his stick checked while his team had the ball, or a guy being held, but not like violently held, trying to cross the field. But if somebody is trying to run across the field and instead of just holding the guy, somebody comes out and like, violently checks him or pushes him down, that could be an unnecessary roughness question, an unnecessary roughness penalty all day. Okay, all day. It's not going to be just interference because of the violence and the escalation of that penalty. Throw a flag, give them an unnecessary roughness penalty. Okay. And the good phrasing that USA Lacrosse uses is avoidable, deliberate, violent contact. Okay, avoidable, deliberate, violent contact. So it's something that's perfunctory, not necessary. Okay, it's deliberate, meaning there's intent, and it's violent. It's violent. Okay, so when you put all those things together, it's not just going to be interference, it's going to be unnecessary roughness. The one I see sometimes is the punch, that not a fight punch, but like sometimes, as most of you know, defensemen can get a really good advantage in high school and college by having a really strong hand on their stick. And you make that punching motion to kind of set the person you're guarding off balance a little bit, get them out of their rhythm. And then you set them up for, 2 beats later for a certain check, right? That you're doing. Sometimes, certainly at this level, that punching blow with the stick, again, both hands are on the stick, but that punching blow can just be too violent at this level. Sometimes it can end up in the head and neck area, but either way, that could be an unnecessary roughness penalty. Or you could even, if it's with a little bit more of their shoulder follow through, you can even call it an unnecessary roughness. But punching blows, 2 hands on your stick, making contact with that punch, even if it's in the shoulder, if it goes into the neck, that can be unnecessary roughness. Okay. And what you'll see a lot of times is, certainly at this level with height and weight discrepancies, is kids will actually get knocked to the ground by some punching blows by defensemen, even though they're not that violent. Remember, the level of contact is always determined by the larger player. The larger player has to be able to play with equal contact and pressure to the person they're playing against. Okay. At youth lacrosse, that's a penalty if they can't. Yeah, so here's the 1980s USA Lacrosse video. It doesn't play for a late hit. And running through a pick. Oh, okay. So even though the video doesn't play, this is one of the worst penalties, right? All of us are guilty. All of us who have ever played lacrosse have done this. It's typically a frustration penalty. But when somebody sets in a legal screen, so their feet are stationary, their stick is kind of constrained within their shoulder area, and they're standing still, they're not leaning, you kind of see that out of your corner of your eye, and you accelerate and you just blow them up, run right through them, right? That should be an unnecessary roughness penalty on you. Okay, if you blow that player up. Now there's 2 things to look for in that case. Is that player leading with their helmet? Are they spearing? Okay, if that's the case, then escalate that to 3 minutes or 2 minutes, certainly. Okay, but running through a pick is one of the most, you see it even at the college level now. Typically it's a frustration penalty, but either way you have to call that penalty. If a player is doing a proper legal screen and the other player is running, the defensive player who's the screen target is running and they're just, playing defense, they're shuffling perfectly and they blow the kid up, that's different. Okay, you can tell when somebody is trying to run through a pick, right? They typically lower their head, they accelerate before contact, versus someone who's playing good defense doesn't see the screen and then kind of takes out the person that's being picked and themselves. Okay.
So Jeremy, quick question.
Yeah.
What happens if it's an illegal screen and he's running through the player?
That's a good point. What I would do then, if you see it's a legal screen, and the player then makes contact with it, that is going to be that technical foul. What you saw first, call. So if you saw that illegal screen first, and that's going to be a real fun call from the fans and the coaches. But if you see that illegal screen, the first thing you want to do is blow the whistle dead anyway, because that team has the ball. But if it's like a bang bang play, that illegal screen happened first. That's the first thing you have. That's it. That's what I would do. And then I would warn both teams about the potential unnecessary roughness. Now, if you want to call, Mike, unnecessary roughness anyway, because, you know, the player followed through before you blew the whistle, that's fine too. I have no problem with that. But that's why we want to get in the habit of, when we see that illegal screen happening, which is going to be tough because the players are kind of meeting together, it's really going to be your judgment call. You can make a case for the illegal screen, stopping the play, and there not being unnecessary roughness. But you can also make the case, certainly at the youth level, that the unnecessary roughness occurred even with that illegal screen, and that player should have to serve a penalty. I guess it would really depend on the context, Mike, but I mean, you could go either way.
Okay, thanks.
Does anybody else have any comments on that? Again, at the youth level, it's safety. So in Mike's example of this illegal screen, you know, so what Mike is saying is the illegal screen occurred, the guy blows him up. Yeah, the whistle would blow due to the illegal screen, the contact being made by the screener and the defenseman, even if that contact was unnecessary. So I think it could go either way. But I would totally be fine if you were like unnecessary roughness on that player, because you can obviously tell that they're aiming for contact. And I can also stand by a call that was like, hey, the illegal screen is what drew the contact in. Yeah, I would probably err personally towards throwing the unnecessary roughness flag. Yep. Does anybody else have any comments on that?
How would you restart that?
So if it's a time-serving penalty, the team who the screening team would get the ball. So remember, the penalties are always adjudicated as like the last penalty. What was the last penalty occurred? And in this case, the last penalty occurred would be the unnecessary roughness penalty. So the offense would actually retain possession of the ball. It would be started outside the box, away from the goal. And it would be whatever you called 1-2 minute penalty. So defense would be a man down. If it's just the illegal pick that you're calling, then the ball would be restarted depending on where it is. As long as it's outside the box, you could start it outside the box. Get everyone within the 5 yards areas, or at least they can't play the person restarting the ball within 5 yards. Yep. And we'll go over restarts a little bit later today. Anybody else have anything before we go on to the unsportsmanlike conduct, fighting, that kind of fun stuff? Anyone? Great. So then the illegal conduct bucket of personal fouls, the unsportsmanlike conduct. So this is kind of the ladder that USA Lacrosse talks about, and we'll get into that with game management. But the first thing you want to do is give that conduct penalty if the coach is chirping, ideally when they have possession. So the only adjudication, the only penalty enforcement you have to do is they lose possession of the ball. Okay, that at least sends a signal to the coaches that, you know, you have levels and you're not going to take the chirping, the comments, or the constant bickering. But I mean, that's not enough sometimes. Let's be 100% honest. The next step up is a 30-second conduct penalty. Okay, you could give a 1 minute unsportsmanlike conduct penalty, or you can just eject a coach. The times that you would eject a coach, hopefully you're not going from no previous penalty enforcement of the coach or anything, and you don't just go right to ejection. Ideally, you take this ladder approach where you do, you know, a conduct penalty that you would lose possession, and then a 30-second technical where, you know, it's thrown on you when the other team has possession. Then you're going to be man down. 1 minute unsportsmanlike conduct is also a bigger one, and then ejection. How many unsportsmanlike conduct penalties can a coach or player get before they're ejected? Does everyone remember? Is it 4 or 5? Is it 5 minutes of unsportsmanlike conduct penalty? Can you ever eject a coach?
3
Yeah.
unsportsmanlikes.
Close. So you can get ejected. Well, you can get disqualified from a game, 3 personal fouls, or 5 minutes of personal foul time. But 2 unsportsmanlike conduct penalties, you're ejected. Okay, that includes players and coaches. So let's just take this one digression for a second. Without having thrown a flag on the coach yet, and the coach starts yelling at you, and maybe they touch you or put hands on you for whatever reason, okay, that would be an automatic ejection. Okay, the penalty that you would call, you can call a 2 or 3 minute unsportsmanlike conduct. What I would recommend you do is a 3-minute unsportsmanlike conduct ejection penalty if there's not been any penalties called on the coach and they do something that egregious. Putting hands on you, running on the field and yelling at you, swearing at you, all of these could be ejectable penalties. Swearing at another player on the team. Okay, all of those could be theoretically ejectable penalties. Okay, 3-minute unsportsmanlike, that's going to be the penalty. So here's the problem. If that's the head coach of the team, okay, and there's no other coaches on the bench, what do you think happens to the game when you eject that coach? Anybody? What do we think?
I think that's a 1-0 forfeit.
It's the end of the game. If they don't have a certified USA lacrosse coach, then it's over. You cannot, that team cannot continue. So,
And they forfeit the game, correct?
correct, 100%. Yep. So what do you want to do to kind of curtail that kind of behavior? Is, again, if this is just a one-off explosion by this coach, you got to eject them, and unfortunately the game's got to go. Okay, but if this coach is a knucklehead and you've given him that first conduct penalty where he lost possession, and now you give him a 30-second conduct penalty, okay, what the senior members of the crew need to do is at a quarter break or halftime, go up to the coach and be like, Coach, listen, you know, we're not on the same wavelength as this game, but just so you know, if you get ejected from this game and you do not have a USA Lacrosse certified assistant coach to continue the game's over. You already have 2 penalties against you. Okay, the next penalty is a 1-minute unsportsmanlike conduct penalty, or I could just directly eject you. That's it. That's you shouldn't have to have that conversation, but that's a way to escalate a potential explosion, which would be if you have to call a game a forfeit because the coach, the only USA Lacrosse certified coach, just got ejected. Has that
So
happened?
Jim,
Yeah.
in that situation, what happens if there's another coach on the fan sideline and they say they want to step in?
No, can't do it. The coaches for that game have to be on the sideline with the team when the game starts. Okay. And theoretically, they have to be rostered coaches, because rostered coaches are the ones who are theoretically USA Lacrosse certified. And if the impetus is on that home team or that team to make sure that those coaches are USA Lacrosse certified. Okay. Now, if, like, I think what you're getting at, Mike, is like, if it's a 12U game, it's like the third quarter, you eject that coach, the only coach for that 12U team, the 14U team's like warming up, and the 14U coach comes run over like, I'll just coach the team. Yeah, so I mean, that's a tough call. And I think I would need to think about that and see what USA Lacrosse thinks too. So the reason why this is an issue is because you're supposed to have rostered coaches and players, and they don't want players playing up and down grade levels, and they don't want non-USA Lacrosse certified coaches. And at the beginning of the year, you have to turn in all your coaches for that particular team to your local team, your local lacrosse organization like Madison or Milwaukee, whatever. So honestly, in that case, I might be a little bit more willing to let a game continue, but it really depends on the tenor of the game. And I'll get back to you and we'll talk about that field training for the Madison guys. Maybe I'll send out an email to everyone else once I get some feedback from some other people, because I really feel like that's a judgment call. You don't want to take away the kids' ability to play a game. I mean, that's just the worst case scenario. But you also don't want to have an abusive coach out in the field, because it's not good for anybody. It's not good for the players. It's not good for the officials. So that's a good point. But I'll follow up with that and give you guys either by email or at my field training some other points of view on that. One thing that does have, does anybody else have any questions on that? That's a good example, Mike.
Yeah, I had a quick question.
Yeah, Nick.
For the 2 unsportsmanlike, is that on the second one they're ejected, or it's the third one out?
Second one.
Second one,
Yeah.
thanks.
Yeah. And then Nick, also that 2 unsportsmanlikes is an ejection, not a disqualification. So 3 personal fouls or 5 minutes of personal foul minutes is a disqualification, like fouling out in basketball. But 2 unsportsmanlikes are just a flat out ejection penalty. That's going to be the one where they get suspended, most likely by their league.
So like in a player situation, the coach is suspended for the next game as well.
Oh yeah. Yeah. In Madison, I don't know about other areas of the state, but in our area, theoretically, you should be suspended for that weekend. So if it happened on a Sunday and you have 2 more games, you should be suspended for all those games and possibly 1 more game.
Yeah, where you might see that is in tournaments, weekend tournaments.
Yeah. Yeah. And you know, that's a good point. And Mike brings up something about tournaments, and, you know, summer tournaments are, you know, they kind of have their own rules. And, you know, we're not going to get into that too much, but, you know, summer tournaments are almost like officiating differences in Madison, Milwaukee, or Fox Valley, except in all 3 of the Madison, Milwaukee, and Fox Valley, USA Lacrosse is our guidelines, right? We might have tweaks about long sticks on the field, or, you know, amount of players on the field for 10U, but 12U and 14U pretty much follow USA Lacrosse guidelines at all times. Tournament games might be running clock all the time. They might have, you know, running time penalties and such. You know, those are really specific to those tournaments. So you would know these things if you're going to officiate the tournament, just like you'll know the Madison specific rules or the Milwaukee specific rules or the Bay Fox Valley specific rules based on your interaction with your assigner. So make sure you have a good relationship with your assigner. You have their cell phone number, you have their email, you let them know how games go. You be proactive and, hey, there's a problem. I just want you to let you know, like, this field sucks ass. There's a giant hole in there. There's like a giant pothole or something. You know, that kind of communication gets you more games, okay? Because then people have more confidence in you. Okay. Fighting. It sucks, but it happens. 2 players who are throwing punches, automatic ejection, 3-minute penalty. Okay, for both of them. So automatic ejection, 3-minute penalty. They're ejected. They can no longer play in the game. If that, excuse me, if that player's parents are there, they should probably go. Okay. If that player's parents aren't there, they can sit on the bench. That's like a new clarification, but they can't play. So they're ejected. It used to be you had to leave the sidelines immediately, which, you know, for some 12 and 14U kids, like maybe they carpooled with some other parent. So that's a little bit awkward. But the take home message is they don't serve their own penalty. The in-home serves the penalty. They don't they should just be sitting on the bench if their parents aren't there to take them home. Okay. So what happens when two kids start fighting from both teams, and how do you restart that? Does anybody have any ideas? What happens if you didn't see who threw the first punch either? So you don't know who threw the first or even the last punch. What do you do?
Did you go with alternate possession?
You could, but you want to know the situation before the fight started too. Like who had possession of the ball. You could do, was it loose? If it's a loose ball, you could definitely go AP. Okay. If it's a possession situation, two people start fighting, you could do AP if you want, but you could also start it with the team who had possession. The issue is, and this was a video that USA Lacrosse used to provide, and it was like a Syracuse Cornell game from 2000 or something, and it ended up where there was a fight with about 8 people. All right, 8 guys just kept running on the field and fighting. And the way lacrosse penalties are still in some cases adjudicated is if a team comes in and commits the last foul, then the other team gets possession of the ball. So, for a while it was penalty minutes and such, but if you commit the last foul in a series of fouls, then the team that committed that last foul, then they would be on defense, and the team that had the foul committed against them would be on offense. If it's a loose ball and you have 2 people fighting, alternate possession. That's why we do it. Okay. If there's possession and all of a sudden a fight breaks out, you don't know who started it, you're ejecting both players, you can start the ball with the team who had it outside the box, if that's the case. Okay. The main thing at the youth level is to make sure the fight does not get bigger and more people join. Okay. We'll during the field training, we'll talk about where you should be standing, but one official's job during a fight is to always make sure the benches stay static. Nobody comes off the benches. Okay. The other official's job is really to make sure the fight stops. Okay. And typically the head coaches, if you're comfortable with it, you can have them come on the field, okay, and try to break up the fight. But not players, not just random assistant coaches. Okay. The key is with fighting, both players are going to be ejected. Both teams are going to be essentially person down, okay, for 3 minutes. Remember, there's no releasable youth penalties anymore. And then also, you have to make sure that everybody on both sidelines understands that due to the fight, the intensity of the game has just been wrapped up. Like, we got to get it under control. So you don't have to worry about starting a game right away after a fight. You have to stop it, control the benches, make sure the benches nobody's running off the bench. Get rid of the fighters, make sure they're separated, bring them to the penalty box before you send them off. Okay. And then just take a beat, talk to both teams, try to cool everybody down. Explain, restart, like, hey, White had the ball, fight broke out in the defensive end, or fight broke out in the offensive end. We didn't see who started it. We just know there was a fight. Both players done. White had the ball. They're not going to lose it. If it's loose, we're going to go alternate possession. Okay. Explain that to both teams. Let everybody simmer down and then get the game back going. Okay. Does anybody have any questions on that? So when there's a fight and you eject somebody, again, that's a time when at a halftime or at the end of the game, you call and text your assigner, be like, hey, just so you know, there's a fight between 2 players on Team X and Team Y. 3-minute unreleasable penalties. After that, both teams cooled out and there was no problems. Okay. Does anybody have any questions? Great. All right. Use the ladder, which is the escalation of the penalties for the coach, starting with the conduct penalty, which when they have the ball, which is just lost possession. And if they're still chirping, conduct penalty, 30-second technical if the other team had possession. Then you can go to unsportsmanlike, and then hopefully you don't have to do this, but ejection would be the next. Now, there's some coaches who are doing training here, which is great too. One thing that drives coaches absolutely crazy, Bennett and Mike Finnegan, is when they feel that they're ignored, even though that both of those guys in particular know that they're never ignored. But if they feel like they're not being heard or they're being ignored by the officials, that's just going to aggravate their behavior. Okay. So again, be respectful at all times. Like, coach, man, I can just call what I saw. I'm sorry. If you have any questions, please reach out to my assigner. They'll be happy to talk about it. But I can only officiate. I can only call what I see. And then if they say something like, well, you need glasses then. I mean, if that's the case, like, you can give them a 30-second technical for that. You can give them an unsportsmanlike if they say anything, up to that, a little bit more aggressive than that. And if they swear at you, I'm totally fine with you ejecting them. Totally fine. If they say, what the F are you doing? Or you effing suck. Boom. You could give them an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty, but I would be totally fine with you ejecting them too. Absolutely no place for swearing at players or coaches on the field. Okay? Players and coaches on the field. If a coach is like yelling to you, it's make sure you call the game close, while the game's going and you're running up and down the field, you don't have to respond to that. That's a statement. If they're saying, why aren't you calling the game close, and it's during a quarter break, if you feel like it, just say, coach, I'm calling what I see. I'm doing my best job. Talk to my assigner after this. Okay. And if they keep chirping at you, one thing that you can say is just, hey, coach, it's over. Okay. I gotta go officiate. That's the end of it. Okay. And if you don't see something or you miss a call, be honest, man. Honesty is always the best policy. Okay. Like if you say, coach, I didn't see that, my angle was blocked, that's what I saw. Then, what are they going to say? The only thing they're going to say to you is, we'll be in a different position. You can just be like, coach, I'm doing my best. You have an expectation of not being yelled at, not being sworn at, not being under any kind of abuse. And, it's your job to report these things to me. And people have different levels of threshold. And when I started officiating right after playing through college, like, the first thing, like, certainly in this area, was like, coaches chirped all the time, and very few of them know the rules. And I would just be like, taking it, sometimes they would swear and I wouldn't call anything because, it's just like in a conference with me. And then, typically I would have like a kid partner like you guys. And then I was just like, the more I take, it hurts you guys because, coaches think they can just get away with that and they can treat everybody the same way, not just adult officials. So that's why we really clamped down about 5 years ago, and a little bit longer, about the behavior that the coaches that officials can expect from coaches. Like, if you ever feel threatened or you ever feel like disrespected on the field, you got to reach out to me immediately. I promise you I will take care of it. If you're in the Madison area, Randy will definitely take care of it in Milwaukee, and Joe Ornstein in other parts of the state that aren't Madison and Milwaukee, where he assigns. We will have your back. Okay. If you are wrong, we'll help you figure out why you're wrong. Okay. But even if you make a wrong call, even if you blow a tripping call, even if you don't see a head contact call that unfortunately causes an injury, you made a mistake, but that doesn't mean that you have to get, raked over the coals because of it. You still, have an expectation of being respected. Okay. So when you're dealing with coaches, be as friendly as you can be. I know some of you aren't naturally friendly, Mike, but try to be as friendly as you can be. Make sure the coach feels like they're being heard. Don't respond to statements unless they're profanity or negative against you. You know, set your level, be like, coach, it's over. I got to go back to the game, and just be honest if you missed a call. All of these things really, really, really help diffuse situations, and they make the game go a lot better. Okay. Does anybody have any questions on that? Bennett, you're a coach, and Mike, you guys were coaches back in the day too, and officiate. What's your perspective and advice on dealing with coaches?
Oh, I can go first, Mike. I think, I mean, as coaches, like you just said, coaches want to be heard, and not dismissed. And, and you know, try to not feel defensive about the criticism that you might be getting from a coach. And I think the coaches feels like they're being heard and they'll be able to have a conversation, then it usually can, you know, it can calm down pretty fast.
Thanks, Bennett. Mike, do you have
Oh, sorry, Jeremy. Yeah, both for what you and Bennett said, but then also just for the newer officials, the coaching has gotten significantly better over the years. People have a better understanding of the game, and they're really just looking for consistency out of all of us on both sides of the ball. And you know you're going to get some teams or communities that have rivalries going. So just be mindful of that part of it.
Thanks, Mike. Anybody else have anything to share? Any experiences dealing with coaches or anything which might help the group kind of develop some skills? Okay. If not, we can move on. Looks like there's 46 people here, so that's good. It's a lot of perspectives. If you do have any questions about stuff moving forward, always reach out to your assigners. You can always reach out to me too if Randy's unavailable for some reason, because he does a lot of college games like he's doing today. But you know, never like always, you can always use me as a resource, and I can always get you in touch with people also, even if you're not in the Madison area. Okay. Player behavior. We'll move on to that. This is pretty new because this is a PLL slide. So you want to set a tone early. You want to make sure that you understand that in some instances, like, you know, Mike brought up, like there are rivalries between different places. You know, whether you're, you know, Wanakee, Verona, Middleton, DeForest. I mean, everybody's within like 10 miles of each other. So there's a lot of rivalries. There's a lot of cross-pollination with travel teams and such. So just kind of always be aware of if two players in particular are chirping with each other, diffuse that as fast as you can, right? Diffuse that as fast as you can. You know, call them both out. What I like to do is at quarter breaks, if there's two kids specifically who are like already talking to, you know, each other and trash talking each other, I'll bring them both out and I'll talk to them and be like, hey, this has got to end. Like, this is not going to happen. You have a giant red flag hanging over both your heads right now. Like, you're dominating my field of vision because you guys can't stop chirping at each other. So I'm like, it's got to stop. Once you give them that warning, typically it stops. But if it doesn't, then use your escalation. Give them, you know, penalties, certainly if they swear. And if they say anything, excuse me, racially motivated or gender motivated, eject them. If they use any of the bad race words towards each other, eject them. No question, let me know immediately, okay? Because there's zero tolerance for that. If they're like, you know, you suck or something, that's not the level of being racially insensitive or gender insensitive. But you can still call that like a penalty. It's just not going to be an ejection penalty. Okay. The faster you set the tone, the easier your game will go. All right. Does anybody have any questions on that? All right, what I could do. Let's see. Yeah. So USA Lacrosse also recommends, like, when you set the tone, that tone can be sent at the coaches certification, and then the coin toss with the captains. Okay. You're in a smaller setting, you know, and we'll definitely go into more detail on this at field training, but certainly for the coaches certification, I prefer if both officials certify both coaches together, or I'm sorry, both officials go to certify a coach. So then it's both you and your partner and the coach that you're certifying. It's good to kind of get them, you know, hey, how's your season going? Do you have any questions on anything? Like, you know, just ask them prompts to maybe get them to tell you how they're feeling or what they're looking for, or clarification on rules. That's a great time to do that. Perfect time to do that. And then if you want to have a coaches meeting where both you and your partner are together and both coaches are together, you can be like, hey, you know, this is what we're really looking for. We're trying to be consistent here. You know, this is the way we're going to officiate this game. That's very important if teams are playing for the second time and the first game didn't go well. Okay. So it's good to set that tone initially where your expectations are pretty clear. The coach's expectations of you are pretty clear. Okay. Captains can also help diffuse situations, but at the youth level, they really don't. It's good to get have a rapport with the captain during the coin toss to let them know like what your expectations are of them, and to let them know like if they have any questions, they can then feed that back to the team. But typically at the youth level, it's the coaches really have more authority of the on-field play. Yeah, all warnings are team warnings. That's very true. But again, you know, just be consistent, set out your expectations, set a good tone, call a game the way that we train you to call. And, you know, 9 out of 10 times your game will go flawlessly. Some other personal fouls, illegal stick, illegal equipment. We'll go over these at field training because I think, you know, talking about them doesn't really do them justice. Gloves must cover the whole hands. I think that's from the 80s. Certain illegal behavior, grabbing the ball or opponent's cross and face off. You know, what I feel is like since everybody's been standing up doing face offs, or at least in the stand up position, a lot of these tricks have been harder to do. They're not gone, but they're harder to do. Legal stick, there's gradations of levels of illegality, whether it can be repaired or not before it can be used. That'll determine whether it's 3 minutes or, you know, possibly 1 minute. But it's really important to remember mouthpiece violations are technical fouls. They're not personal fouls anymore. They're not necessarily stoppage of play. So,
Jeremy,
yeah.
quick question. We're still not doing stick checks at the youth level, right?
Right. So we in Madison, we kind of don't do proactive stick checks. It looks like we're not going to be doing them this year. So typically at quarter breaks and half, you do equipment checks, which includes checking the stick for legality. Just one segue is it looks like at 12U this year in Madison, for whatever reason, they're allowing long sticks. So there is going to have to be some kind of thing we'll talk about at field training to do stick checks this year, unfortunately. And we'll go over there, all that stuff at field training. And if you do your training in Madison, I'll provide you with the tape measures and everything you need to do it. But we're still not going to do them proactively. Okay. Everyone good on that? Check with your local assigner about long stick and short stick requirements in your area that you officiate. Okay, so, you know, penalty enforcement, 1, 2, or 3 minutes after end of periods, possibly releasable, non-releasable, fouling out, ejections. For youth, remember, penalties are full serve now. Okay, penalties are full serve. That's the big 2023 USA lacrosse change. Okay, fouling out is still 3 personal fouls or 5 total minutes of personal foul time. Okay, fouling out again is just disqualification. Ejections, Ejections, you have to report again. I keep harping on this because it's important. That player can't play, that coach has to go off the sideline. The player, if their family is not present, does not have to leave the sidelines anymore, okay? We're not gonna do that kind of stuff anymore. We just can't let them play. So we talked about this already, kind of ways in which you can decrease the likelihood of personal fouls. Pre-game communication with captains, we went over that. In-game communication with players. You're not expected to be able to do this, but you are instructing players sometime, like, okay, restarts over here, ball starts in the corner, white going down. You are directing players during restarts and games and such, but you don't want to be coaching them on the field, okay? In-game communication is fine. Like if you're like what Bennett brought up about could a slash be called if they're hitting stick or hitting a gloved hand, even if it's not the glove hand and the stick. Yes, you can communicate with the player like, hey, you know, that's too much, that's too much. And then if they're not listening to you, then you can throw the penalty. That's totally fine, right? After a quarter, if you see a player is a little bit more aggressive, you can be like, hey, you got to stay under control. You can't, you know, you got to be careful with that punch, okay, for the defensive punch. That's totally fine to do. That actually is a very efficient way, an effective way of diffusing a potentially dangerous situation. You know, you let that player kind of, you know, understand that you're watching them and what they're doing is borderline illegal. And if they keep doing it, it's going to cross that line to being illegal. Okay, so that's very important. Your communication with the players pregame and also during the game, preferably at quarter breaks and half. Right. So some of the areas with which frustrations do occur a lot after goals, around the crease, stoppage of plays, player movement, substitution, and obviously after a big hit. You know, all of these things are flash poison. A big hit at youth, there should be most likely a penalty being called. Okay, because remember, there's no takeout checks. Substitution, 14 and 12 you are on the fly. There's no on the fly substitution at 10U, at least in USA Lacrosse and Madison. Stoppage of plays could be timeouts, could be dead balls, could be a technical foul being adjudicated. Around the crease is always a tough spot because there's always pushes by the defense around the crease. Okay, so you always want to watch out for that. And then after the goal, when we get back into mechanics after the next session, you'll realize like after the goal, it's really like 20 seconds. It should be like 18 seconds. You should be ready for the face-off. And you know the officials have jobs. One of them's getting the ball, the other one's going to the face-off X. Sometimes you're not watching. You can't watch the whole field. It's a dead ball. Sometimes crap happens then. So just be conscious of it. And the more experience you get, the more likely you are going to be able to kind of recognize these potential flash points. You know, we've all of us who've played any kind of sport know momentum swings, right? Not so much at the youth level. Big, long, loose ball scrums that can generate some illegal activity, illegal body hits and such. The first 5 minutes, that's when you can really set a tone of your expectations of the team. Crowd going crazy for whatever reason. Like, remember, you're only calling what you're seeing, and you only want to officiate a game to be safe and to be managed properly. Don't over officiate and don't under officiate. Okay, just officiate based on safety and game management. So these you make the calls actually don't work. Just thank you, USA Lacrosse. Okay, so that's it for personal fouls. Okay, does anybody have any questions before we move on to penalty enforcement? Anybody? Matthew, Barrett, Tim, Tyler, Calvin? Anybody? Everyone's good? All right, great. So now we're going to move on to Penalty enforcement. All right. Was it 1:15? All right. Yeah, so we'll get through this. We'll take a quick break and then we'll just power through the rest of mechanics, goal area, face off, and professionalism. Okay. So penalty enforcement. We kind of already touched about this, so we can go over this. Remember, don't call anything you don't see. Okay. But definitely you first have to recognize what's going on. Right? Like the same concept of like targeting and checking a person who's not looking, blindside hit, right? Blindside contact. All of this stems around your ability to take in all of this information and make a reasonably fast decision. Okay. So you see what you see. Hey, this is a penalty. Okay. Your first thought's going to be, okay, personal foul. Do I blow the whistle? Or do I yell flag down? Or do I do a play on? What's my next step? Okay. Now I know I threw a flag for a slash. Flag is up. The team that was got slashed still has the ball. So I'm not going to blow the whistle just yet. Okay, they lost the ball. Blow the whistle. Okay. These are the kind of these are the kind of steps you're going to be working on. Okay, when you're on the field. Recognize the situation. Make the call, and then adjudicate the call or follow through with the call. If it takes you 2-3 seconds to figure out what it is and whether you throw the flag and then the player loses the ball while the flag's in the air, that's okay. Okay. Just have to blow the play dead. Take a second to figure out what you're doing. Talk to your partner and then report the penalty. Or restart the game, whatever the situation entails. The most important thing you're doing is you're watching the game and you're thinking, okay, White has the ball. I'm watching the players. There's no illegal screen. White's all set for touches. They're moving it around. Slash on White. White gets a slash from Red. Okay, White still has the ball. Okay, I'm not gonna blow the whistle. I'm throwing the flag. Flag down for a slash. Okay, White still has the ball. White still has the ball. White scores a goal. Okay, whistle blows, scores a goal. Now we adjudicate what the penalty is. Okay, so it's just important that even if it takes like a second, like White has the ball, White gets slashed. Oh, I saw a slash. Am I blowing the whistle or throwing the flag? I'm throwing the flag. They just dropped the ball, so now I'm blowing my whistle. Okay, these are the kind of steps that you're going to be thinking about throughout your officiating game. Okay, it might seem like a lot, but it's not. All you guys can do it. Okay, it just takes focus, and you just have to want to be there. Okay, well, on the field, we'll get you trained up and making these kind of assessments. But even if it takes you a second longer to blow the whistle after somebody's down, but you made the right call, that's fine. Okay. Even USA Lacrosse thinks so. If you hesitate, that's okay. Okay. But put the ball back in play or report the penalty in a timely fashion. That doesn't mean you have to do everything as fast as college officials do in college games. Okay. It's okay to think about things for a minute. It's okay to talk to your partner for a minute. Okay. It's perfectly good. And it's good practice to always talk to your partner. Okay. So here's just some situational awarenesses, right? And this will be a slide that we'll send out to you as well. And all of these training materials are available at USA Lacrosse as well and through this training. But loose ball. Okay, team in possession fouls, team not in possession fouls. These are pretty common. These are the three main foul occurrences, right? So loose ball, is it personal? Is it technical? If it's personal, flag down, whistle. If it's technical, play on. You just yell play on and put your arm up. That signifies to both teams that there's a delayed penalty coming. If the team in possession fouls, okay, if it's a personal foul, flag down. Okay, whistle. The team in possession commits a personal foul, flag down, whistle, plays over. Team in possession fouls and it's a technical foul, whistle. Okay? Why is it just a whistle for a technical foul with the team in possession? Any new guys? What do you think?
Because you're changing possession.
Change of possession. Right.
Yeah, perfect. That's it. Technical foul, game management, change in possession. Okay? Very easy to adjudicate. Team not in possession fouls, if it's a personal foul, flag down. No whistle, flag down. Okay? The team that got fouled has an opportunity to score. They don't want to be put at a disadvantage again. Team not in possession fouls a technical, again, flag down. Except this time it's going to be 30 seconds versus 1, 2, or 3 for the personal foul. Okay? These kind of flow sheets USA Lacrosse provides, they provide age-specific rules, but the age-specific rules, you always want to follow those of your local assigner. Okay? Just reading through these, making sure you're comfortable with these will also help you on that 50-question test. Okay? So let's talk about the flag down slow whistle. Okay? Flag down slow whistle, i.e. no immediate whistle. Okay, is usually the team in possession is fouled. Way to go. No one edited this. Okay. So if you see a foul, throw the flag, yell flag down, and just remember what number the penalty was on. Okay. And we'll go over the goodies acronym in a little bit. But the flag down slow whistle occurs when the team that is not in possession of the ball commits a technical or personal foul. Okay? Flag down, yell it loud, put your arm up. Okay? And at the youth level, wait until they lose possession of the ball to blow the whistle to stop play. Okay? Or if the team that has the ball and it's a flag down slow whistle situation commits their own technical foul, then you can blow the play dead. Okay, does everyone understand that? So flag down slow whistle will end when the team with possession who was fouled loses possession or they commit a technical foul. Does everyone understand that? Great. So what is goodies? So another acronym. Goal, offense commits foul, out of bounds, defense gains possession, injury stoppage, end of period equipment loss, second foul by defense. Okay? These are all situations where you're going to stop the game, blow the whistle. Okay? Goal, offense commits foul, out of bounds, defense gains possession, injury stoppage, end of period or equipment loss, second foul by defense. Okay, so that's that second foul by defense can also stop the game. Does everyone understand that? Great. So typical steps for a flag down slow whistle. You see that penalty, throw the flag, yell flag down. Okay. Then you stop the game based on whether a goal, offense commits foul, out of bounds, defense gains possession, injury stoppage, end of period equipment loss, or second foul by defense. That acronym goodies is what you're using to determine when that slow whistle would stop. Okay? Does everyone understand? Anybody have any questions on the flag down slow whistle stoppage and the goodies acronym? I don't really feel comfortable saying as an adult. Anybody?
I have one quick question.
Yeah,
I just want to make sure I understand, especially at the youth level. I think within the Fox Valley area, we might have had a misunderstanding on this. So if you have a flag down, slow whistle situation, offense is in the zone. Let's say it's like a 12U game, and they're trying to like pass it around. They're not going right at the net, but they're trying to pass around for an offensive possession. And they're missing passes and the ball's rolling on the ground, but the possession hasn't changed. Do you still let that play out?
At the youth level? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Ian.
Yeah, no. Or do you let it, or do you stop it when you see that there's not like an imminent scoring chance?
So at the youth level, when the ball hits the ground, you can stop the play.
Okay, yeah.
But check with your local assigner about that. This is typically for high school, is when
Mhm.
defense gains possession. Check with your local assigner, which would be Joe, about whether or not you're stopping the ball when the ball hits the ground, or whether possession has to be attained. Typically at the youth level, it's when they stop when the ball hits the ground.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you bet. Good question, Ian. Okay. So when you're doing your flag toss, is kind of an 8-bit example. You don't have to make a home plate umpire-esque call, but just make sure you yell flag down and you throw your flag high enough where people can see it. Okay. You don't have to do the super elaborate thing. I know Mike Finnegan likes to do that, and some other guys, Randy. But I'm just all for throwing my flag down and saying flag down. Okay, let's watch this video. My guess, I think this is the bad flag toss. Okay, here we go. Oh, the good one. Okay, so everyone watch this official. When he throws his flag, just not making a big deal about it, yells flag down, throws it. Let's watch it one more time. Perfect. See, that's all you need to do. It's a nice spring, summer game. See the birds chirping away. That's all you have to do. You don't have to make an ass out of yourself, but you have to make it loud enough and clear enough. Excuse me, I thought I was gonna sneeze. I was right. You know, to make sure everybody understands that there's a flag down, slow whistle. Relaying and reporting. We're gonna do this more at our field training, okay? But just remember, the table absolutely has to be able to understand the call that you're making, whether it's a goal call or whether it's a penalty call, specifically a penalty call. Because remember, as we talked about in that first session, the home team is responsible for providing a book to record penalties and penalty times, okay, as well as score. But the official score is actually kept with us on the field, okay, if there's any discrepancy in that. So when we report penalties, we use a different acronym called C-notes. Okay. C is the color of the player committing the infraction. N is the number of minutes. So in this case, it's 2. O is the offense, slashing in this case, and T is the time. Oh, number of player. Jesus. Yeah. C note, color, number of player, offense, and time. Sorry, it's a long day already. You do these at field training, but typically you just want to make sure you're doing it every single time from the first minute of the game to the last minute of the game. Blue, 23/1 minute. The E is an explainer or an explanation. So for example, if you're like white, 27, targeting, 2 minutes, non-releasable. All penalties at youth are non-releasable now, but 2 minutes due to the targeting foul and the head contact. That's the E part. So color, number, offense, time, and explanation. C notes. Okay. Does anybody have any questions on C note? So let's see if this, yeah. You can tell this guy's probably serious about his officiating because he's got a nice American flag here. He's got his NCAA patch and he's got his WILOA patch over here. He's got a pretty cool mustache. So let's see what he's got going on.
Unnecessary roughness, 1 minute. Red, 4-2. Unnecessary roughness, 1 minute. White, 2. Conduct foul, 30 seconds. White, 2. Conduct foul, 30 seconds.
Know that when you are communicating that penalty, wear the calm ones. We have to be calm about it. Watch your tone, watch your volume, and watch your speed. I don't care if the kid had a 3-minute ejection foul. We are not blue 27 with an illegal body check his eye. No, it is blue 27 illegal body check, 3-minute ejection foul. That tone, that pace. You can be as jacked up as you can be. That's the pace and the tone we need. You would go blue 27/1 minute. We good? We're good. Okay, something like that helps. Or if you got the crazy one, we have to go blue 27/1 minute. How much time does White still have? Okay, White, you release in 11 seconds. Blue, you're out at 4:22. We're gonna have 2 guys in the box right now. We're gonna be 5-on-5. That's where the E comes in, the explanation. As I was taught a handful of years ago, tell a story if they have to. They make sure that whole group right there knows exactly what's going on before you turn your back and go. The worst thing I've seen, I hate to see it, is when you go, you walk away. Hey, ref, yeah, what do you got? No, I have blue 27. So make sure it's slow.
All right, so does everyone understand that? C note, color, number, offense, time, explanation. Anybody have any questions on that? All right. So always best practice when you throw a flag, yell flag down. Okay. Always report your personal fouls and technical foul penalties that are time serving. Okay. If you want to practice, some people practice in front of mirrors, doing C note, like blue 24, push with possession, 30-second technical. Okay. You can just practice those. You're gonna do a lot of practice at my field training if you come, and Randy loves to practice C note. Okay. We briefly talked about this, but an in-home serves bench penalties and coach penalties. Okay, we'll talk about this in more detail at the field training. Okay, but the in-home should be the starting attackman, a starting attackman who's listed first in the book. Okay, that's a test question too. So the in-home is a starting attackman, should be the first player listed in the book. They will be the ones that coach will denote as who is to serve bench penalties. Okay. Play-ons, again, USA Lacrosse designs slides mostly for high school, so most of the things you'll see are these high school games. But regardless of the age level, you want to keep the play-on short. Okay, what does that mean? Like, you don't want a play-on to go on forever. Okay, but as soon as a team gets a ball, and as soon as like if team black pushes from behind during a loose ball, team white. Okay, the ball's still loose. You have a play on for that loose ball push. Okay, it's just going to be a possession change. But white ends up picking up the ball, running up the field. Play on's over. Okay, the play on's over because there's no longer a disadvantage to the player who is initially pushed. So here we'll look at the process. Team B commits a loose ball technical foul. Arm goes up, play on. Okay. Team A does not gain possession. Stop the play. Okay. Signal the penalty. Loose ball push on team B. It's going to be team A ball. Okay. If team A gains possession, play on is now off. Okay. Play on is now off. Okay. Remember, it's about advantages. These are technical fouls. Advantage, advantage, advantage. Game management. Personal fouls, safety, safety, safety. Oops. Let's watch that again. Okay, so does everybody see what happened there? Technically, when the player was pushed or interfered with, the ball was loose. Okay, so it's a loose ball interference. There's no flag down situation. It was a play on because the ball was loose. Green got the ball, so the play on was over. Does everyone understand that? Anybody have any questions on that video? It's a little bit hard to see that the ball was loose, though. Anybody? Okay, great. So this is something we'll do at field training, but it's good for you to get familiarized with all the different holds or all the different foul hand signals. Okay, push with possession, hold, offside, illegal procedure, conduct foul, interference. All of these things we'll go over at the field training. Okay, but you should get familiarized with those hand signals too, especially for the test. You'll need to be able to identify a few of those, including conduct foul. Just a little heads up. Correction of errors. Some people do make mistakes. It's totally fine. Okay, just remember, at 12U and 14U, your whistle starts and stops the clock. Okay, so if you make a mistake, whether it's starting a game too early, you know, blowing the whistle inadvertently, okay, just notify both benches, like, hi, it was an inadvertent whistle, my fault, like, I apologize. We're going to do a restart on my next whistle. Everybody has to, you know, have that 5 yards of free space, and we'll be good to go. Okay. Depending on the mistake, do not give you don't want to give teams time to sub personnel. Okay, depending on what the mistake is. But everybody has to be notified of your mistake. The bench, i.e. the timekeeper and the scorekeeper, as well as both coaches, have to know what the inadvertent whistle is. Don't just be on the fan side of the field, blow your whistle inadvertently, and then be like, okay, sorry, here we go again, and start up real quick. Okay, because the coach's side and your partner on the coach's side aren't going to know exactly what the inadvertent whistle is for. Relay that signal to your partner who's on the bench side. They'll relay it to the coaches, okay? Especially at the youth level. Do not worry about the competitive advantage gained so much as the ability to communicate what you're doing. What does that mean? Don't worry so much about a restart happening, you know, lightning quick versus a restart happening properly. Okay, we always want to be erring on the side of not making mistakes. Okay, does anybody have any questions? Okay, the big one, we talked about this last week. Starting in 2023 youth, all fouls are served full time. Okay, we talked about this in great detail last week. Talk about field training. Why? To increase the impact of penalties called, ensuring commitment to safe and legal play. Okay. This does ease penalty administration for officials and table personnel slightly. They don't have to worry about when this penalty is getting released or when it's not. But all penalties are full-time serve at youth lacrosse, not high school, only youth. This is the only youth-specific slide I think USA Lacrosse provided. Okay, so that's it for penalty enforcement. All right, so next up, we are going to go with, penalty enforcement, then we have back to mechanics. Okay, so why don't we take like a 10-minute break and we'll come back at 1:52, everyone. Sound good? Yay?
Sounds good.
All right, I'll see everyone in 9 minutes and 47 seconds. All right, is everyone back? We'll get started here with back into mechanics. So I'm assuming everyone can hear me all right. Everyone's back. We'll just power through and get this done, and then we'll see where we are with time. So the mechanics of lacrosse officiating kind of revolve around how we move with purpose and signal for clarity. Realistically, it's where you should be on the field at all times and how to report penalties and stop plays and face-offs. Okay, so it's really about where you should be and what you should be doing. Okay. There, for every game that you do for youth lacrosse, there's going to be. Yep. Does anyone have a question? Nope. Okay. Oh, 1 second here. Okay, there we go. There's going to be 2 officials on the field for 10U or for 12U and 14U. Okay, for 10U games in Madison, there's 1 official on the field. Okay, so 10U games we'll talk about more at field training, but 12U and 14U mechanics are going to be what we talk about now, which is 2-man mechanics, 2-person mechanics. Okay. There we go. So why are mechanics so important? Well, there are 3 basic things that all coaches want to know and need to know. Number 1, what is the call that you just made? Number 2, am I getting the ball? And if not, why not me? So who is getting the ball? And number 3, where will the ball start? i.e. restart. Okay, when play starts again. So these are the 3 main things that we have to be very clear in communicating to the coaches. Okay, every time we have a stoppage. So I'm not worried about your physical ability to do youth lacrosse games because most of you are in good shape. Okay, or you're playing and the field isn't that long for youth lacrosse. But if you're a little bit older and not in the best of shape, by having good mechanics, it puts you in a better position to make that to make the good call, or to be able to see the play well enough to make that good decision. Okay. Let's see, positioning. Okay. Positioning ideally is about being in the right place at the right time. Okay. And what we'll see after this mechanics session and also on field is where is the ball? And where am I supposed to be when the ball's like where it is? Am I the on-ball official, meaning that the ball is close to me and I'm watching the ball, or am I the off-ball official, meaning my partner is closest to the ball, so it's therefore his responsibility to be on ball? Okay. And number 2 is anticipation. Since most of you are playing or been around the game for a long enough time, there's no secret to offense in lacrosse. Everyone runs a version of motion offense. Okay, every single team, even if you run a high crease or you run double crease, it doesn't matter. It's all about motion. And once you start seeing the same thing over and over again, especially at the youth level, you'll be able to anticipate where the ball is going. So you'll be able to understand what you're supposed to be looking for in the next second or 2 when hopefully they can make and execute a play or a pass. Okay. And ideally, you'll also understand then where is my partner going to be? So if I'm moving, your partner should be moving. Like the old analogy is, you tie a rope between both officials. As one official moves, the other moves in a potential counter way to counterbalance that movement. So you're always kind of moving in unison. Okay. You always want to be moving together. So the pregame mechanics is kind of what we discussed already. Coaches certification, certify the table staff, game clock penalties, make sure everything's set there. The horn works at least one time to certify the field. At the youth level, please do not be so aggressive with the field certification. Just talk to both coaches. If there's a problem with the field that's not a safety problem, i.e. like there's not a line that's striped properly, just let both coaches know. Try not to adjudicate that with a dead ball technical foul to start the game, because that would just mean the other team would get possession. The visiting team would get possession. Just be upfront, like, hey, coach, like there's no full line here. We'll do our best, but just so you're aware, that's a situation. I don't think I've ever had a game where there wasn't some issue with the field, whether there weren't balls on the end line or cones set up properly. Like, don't try not to be a super big stickler for things that aren't safety related with the field. Okay. Captain's coin toss, obviously next face off, pregame team lineup, and then timeouts between quarters. These are all ways in which you're moving together with your partner. You're all doing something in these discrete windows of the game. Okay, discrete windows of the game. As far as your interaction with the table staff, for the penalty clock and scorekeeper, you're dealing with parents. Just let them know that the most important thing that they're going to do is make sure that they record the penalties, the number of the player who commits the penalty, and the amount of time. That's the most important part. You as officials are keeping the official score in the game on your scorecard. Okay. So if there's any discrepancy, the table will also keep score. If there's any discrepancy, it's your scorecard that always wins out. Okay. So for the game, okay, just make sure that they have like a cell phone or something to time quarters and penalty times, because remember, they're all full serve. Okay. And just be upfront about your expectations from them. Mostly it's going to be penalty time. Okay. And then you're going to let them know again, like the timing of the quarters. Like, hey, this is a 10U or it's a 12U game. It's going to be 10-minute stop quarters, or whatever your local league decides to set the time at. Just make sure they're on the same page to start the game. Okay. And then, you don't have to get into the intricacies about when to blow a horn or not. Ideally they have a working horn, so they'll tell you when the quarters end and when the game's over. But if they don't, then they just have to clap really loud or do something to get your attention, so you blow the whistle to end the game. This is all really common sense stuff, and this is why we're there 30 minutes before the game starts. Okay, to make sure we're there, we walk the field, we check the goals, we look for any issues with the field, we talk about the issues with the field with the coaches during their certification, we talk about the timing with the table staff and the penalties with the scorekeeper, and then we're good to go to start the rest of the game. Okay. Pre-game or the player pre-game lineup you should be doing. Please do this at all the age levels. Okay. When at 12U and 14U especially, don't ever skip this. All right. Remember, the goalie has the left shoulder facing the goal that they're defending. Then you line up the defense, midfield, and attack. And then you do the enantiomer of that on the other side for the other team. So then their attack lines up with the defense and goal. Okay. So you always want to make sure that you have this lineup, because it's a good time also to just do a quick, hey guys, listen up. My name is Joe. My name is Bob. We're going to be doing your game today. It's a 12U lacrosse game. Minimal body checks, advancement counts are in play. The 4-second goalie count, 20-second to get it over midfield, 10-second touch. We'll talk about those in a minute. Timeouts, you have 2 timeouts a half. Just, do you guys have any questions? No. Goalies come first, shake hands, run to the goal. The other teams just do a quick handshake from the player across from them. Then everyone runs back to the line they're restrained by. Okay. It shouldn't take more than 30 seconds. Okay. If there's a question, answer the question. Okay. And then just get the game started as fast as you can. What this does is it gives you a chance to look at all the players also. They don't have a mouthpiece. Hey, if you don't have a mouthpiece, get off the field, get somebody who does. Tell your teammates the same thing. Okay. You do a quick just look to make sure that field players are wearing arm guards. Everybody has shoulder pads on, helmets are properly strapped, gloves, that's your equipment check. Okay, equipment responsibilities always fall to the coach. Okay, that's what they're certifying, that they've properly instructed their players on how to use their equipment. Okay. And it's a good chance to set the tone, right? So officials are able to kind of say, hey, this is the way we officiate. We're going to call it tight. You know, make sure you understand that all times, all penalties now are full-time serving. Okay. Don't ask the player to respect the game. Don't do any of that kind of stuff. Just, you know, be as short and to the point and get the game started. Just convey the idea that they're more than willing, you're more than willing to explain something if you're comfortable with it at quarter breaks or during a timeout. Okay. So now where are we actually, the actual mechanics of the mechanics, where are we supposed to be? Okay. So pre-face-off, okay, you can see here that there's a face-off official here and there's a wing official here. Okay. When we start the game for a face-off, okay, the defense, these three guys, okay, and the attack are going to be restrained behind this line. Okay, the restraining line. Okay. The midfielders are restrained by the wing lines. Okay, so they have to be behind these lines, as you can see here. For a 12U and 14U game, this is proper 10-on-10. Okay, 3 middies, 3 attack, 3 defense, 1 goalie. Okay, so the face-off official, okay, if he's on the fan side, so this is the fan side, this is the bench side. You can all see my cursor, right? No problem. Mike Finnegan, you can see the cursor, right?
Yeah, we can see it.
Great, thank you. The face-off official decides they want to do the face-off on the bench side, okay? So they're on this side, the bench side of the face-off X. The wing official then is going to be running to the right, okay? So they're going to be at the line intersection between the wing line and the restraining box here. Okay? So this wing official and this face-off official have to communicate. Like, hey, I'm the face-off official. I'm going to be doing the face-off on the fan side. Okay? And I'm going to be running left. That means the face-off official here, if the face-off is won by orange and orange advances the ball, the face-off official is the one who's responsible for running to goal line extended and becoming the lead official. Okay. Therefore, the wing official, when the ball goes to the left, okay, the wing official has to run all the way down here, okay, to this point where they become the trail official. So that, and if the ball goes to the left, the face-off official will be the lead official, be goal line extended, goal line extended. The wing official will have to bust ass to become the trail official here. Okay, so this is done through your communication with your partner. So like if I'm doing a game with Wade Rui, I'll be like, hey Wade, you're doing the face-off, okay? Which way do you want to lead? Wade's like, I'm gonna lead to the right. Okay, if you want to lead to the right, then I'm gonna start over here. Okay, so these are the kind of communication that you know that you're gonna have to be doing constantly with your officiating partner. Okay, so we'll on the field we'll go over some signals just to reinforce that your partner understands what direction you're going. So if I'm the wing and I'm going to the right, I'll also put my arm out before he puts the ball down for the face-off. Okay, saying I'm going to go to the right. Okay, so let's see. Great. So when the face-off runs to the right, the wing official is going to be here. Okay, when the wing official is running to the right, when the when the wing official is running left, he's going to be here. Okay, so the face-off official and the wing official are always communicating. Wing official wants to go to the left, he's going to be essentially at this point above the box is where I'd like you to be. Why do I want you to be here? So you can look to see who's on the line here and also who's behind the line here. The restraining wing line and the restraining box line. If you're right here, kind of where at this intersecting point, you can make sure everyone's behind this line and this line. Okay. So let's just go through that one more time. Wing official running right, you're going to be here at the top of the box, intersecting, looking for any violations of the restraining line by these midfielders or attack defense by the restraining box line. Okay. Then running left, same thing, this side. The face-off official is on the fan side. Okay. So that's where the sideline that official will run. You are responsible for the coach's side. So you're also responsible for making sure that everything that happens in the transition area in the box is also everybody is restrained and there's nobody in the box. Okay. So that face-off official's responsibility. Okay. USA Lacrosse always wants the far side official, the fan side official, to conduct the face-off. Okay. We'll go over all the face-off mechanics shortly, but you want to make sure both players are at 12 and 14U in a legal setup position. Legal setup position, meaning you don't have your knees on the ground. At 10U in Madison, and according to USA Lacrosse, you can still have your knees on the ground. That's okay. Okay. And now you're on the far side, you're doing the face-off. You want to back out, not straight back, but on a diagonal. Okay. Why do you want to do that? Because you want to be able to, when the face-off occurs, get out of the way of the players. Okay. So you want to go in a diagonal way. Okay. The most important thing of face-off officials doing is to making sure everything's fair. And that includes people jumping the whistle to start play. Okay. He also, the face-off official, has to know where the far side, the bench side wing players are before you put the ball down. Okay. So the face-off official is looking for two things, looking for his partner to signal that he's ready and that which way he's going. Okay. So face-off officials hand up when they're not ready, or the wing official has their hand up when they're not ready. Okay. And then when the face-off official looks at them before they do the face-off, they'll put their arm down in the direction that they're going to go. Okay. That lets the face-off official know that that official is ready. They can go. Okay. When your arm is up, that means that you're not ready to go. Okay. That means you're either counting or you're making sure everyone's restrained. And then when it's set, you put your arm down to the side that you're going. Okay. So the face-off official is getting that cue from his partner, checking the line behind him. Okay. Making sure that wing line is everyone's restrained, and then looking at the far line to make sure that people are restrained in the restraining box. Okay. So then after that happens, the face-off occurs. Okay. And very rarely do you have a re-face-off. What does that mean? Very rarely is there a case where the face-off just you have to reface again. It does happen when the face-off midfielders commit simultaneous jumps, so pre-jumps. Okay. We're not going to get too much into this now because we have a face-off video we're going to watch in a little bit. But the whistle, when there's a violation on the face-off between the two face-off midfielders, okay, before start plays, you never blow the whistle. Okay. You always want to stand people up. And we'll talk about that, which is a little bit different. And sometimes it can throw people a little bit. But as far as the face-off official's responsibility, make sure both players are in a legal set position. You're going to back out once you're ready to blow the whistle. You're watching the players doing the face-off after you've already checked to see whether the folks behind you are restrained, and you've already gotten the cue from your partner that he's ready for the face-off to start. Okay. So this kind of goes into the proper mechanics of the face-off. We're going to go into this a little bit later towards the end, but just briefly, you can adjust the sticks. once they're down. Okay, before you say set, you can adjust them to line them up properly, to get them off the line, to get their hands off the plastic. Okay, but once you say set, do not adjust them anymore. Once you say set, the players are set, and the whistle's either going to blow to start the face-off, or you're going to stand up the players due to a violation. Okay. When you blow, and again, when you blow your whistle, you want to get away from the players. You don't want to blow your whistle right above a player's head. Okay. So these are the things we'll go over in a little bit. The face-off wing official's responsibility. So this is the person who's not doing the face-off. They're responsible for watching both sides of the wings once they've been set. Okay. They have to make sure that there's nobody on the lines or crossing the lines before the face-off. Okay. They're also watching for the early release from the restraining line. What does that mean? That means attack and defense are not released from the restraining lines until there's possession. Okay. Until there's possession, unless the ball crosses that restraining line. Okay. And that's one of the most, at the youth level, that's a very common violation that you see during face-off, is the face-off middies are there. You blow the whistle to start the face-off. They're working the face-off, and then an attackman will just run out of the box. Okay. That's a very common technical foul that occurs. It's just a legal procedure. Okay. And that's going to, if it's a slow whistle situation, which it is, you're going to wait and see if the team gets possession who the foul was committed against. If not, they're going to get the ball anyway. Now, they would get the ball, the restart would not be where the foul was committed per se, because that would be where they stepped over the restraining line, defensive side. They would actually get the ball at midfield, one step in towards their offensive side. Okay. And as soon as you blow the whistle, the players cannot play the player until they're 5 yards away. Okay. So what does that mean? They have to be at least 5 yards away. The defensive players and the offensive players can't play the ball within 5 yards. Okay. So it's like a restart. But most importantly, during that face-off, once that face-off, you've got a violation, there was never any possession, the attack and defense are still restrained. They're restrained until you blow the whistle again to start the play with the team that was offended now having the ball, and you yell possession. Once you do that, everyone's restrained, or everyone's released. Okay, we'll go over that, but it's important contextually that you understand those things. So let's just go over a wing running right face-off mechanism. So this shows you the kind of pyramids of responsibility, or where your eyes should be as the wing official. So there's the wing official running right. Okay. He's looking here at this line. He's looking at this line. He's also looking at this line. Okay. The face-off official is looking almost exclusively at the face-off X. He usually sets these two guys behind him, but once the face-off starts, this wing official has to be looking down at that player, at those two players. Okay. So if the face-off, yep. So it's really important that you understand, like, as the wing official, you're not just looking here, you're also going to be looking here, and you're going to be looking there. Okay. The face-off official is almost exclusively going to be looking here once he's ready to start the face-off. Okay. So now this is a face-off where the face-off goes left. Okay. I don't know if this is going to animate. Thank you, US Lacrosse. So the face-off official is doing the face-off. The orange player wins the face-off, so the ball is going left. The face-off official now has to run to the goal line extended to become the lead official. Lead official is always on goal line extended, or at least in front of the ball. Okay, lead official, goal line extended. So the face-off is won by orange. Face-off official has to run as fast as you can and goal line extended. Okay, the wing official has to now become the trail official, okay? And they're gonna be running their way to the box area. But what the lead trail official now is looking for, making sure nobody's offsides here, okay? Remember, stepping on the line, once you get past this point as a trail official, you're just counting forwards. You're just counting forwards. You don't want to count backwards. You want to count forward once you pass yourself past this line. Okay. So similarly, in a face-off, the ball goes right. The face-off official, okay, the wing started on the right. So now the face-off official becomes the trail. Okay, so gray wins the face-off. Here's the face-off official. The wing was here. Gray wins the face-off, takes it down. Face-off official now becomes the trail. The wing official gets the goal line extended to become the lead. Okay, so trail is behind the play. Lead is in line with the player in front of the play. Okay, so what you decide to do, who's doing the face-off, hey, I'm going to go left. Face-off official says, I'm going to go left. The wing's like, I'm going right then. So if gray wins a ball and it's going right, you have to run to get the goal line extended and be in good position here. Be in front of the ball. Okay, the face-off official then has to run to the box to become the trail official. Okay, does anybody understand? Okay. So similarly, when the wing is running to the left, okay, his or her field of vision, restraining line, and they should also be looking at the restraining box line. So wing area, okay, and restraining box. Face-off official is still always going to be focused on the face-off, adjudicating the face-off. But remember, he will set these back midfielders, okay, prior to actually putting the ball down. So here now, if the ball goes left again, the face-off official, the wing is going left. So the wing, again, is going to become the lead official. Goal line extended, GLE, goal line extended. The face-off official now becomes the trail. So remember, here you have a rope tied around you. As the wing becomes the lead and runs, the face-off official gets dragged to the point of the trail. Okay, remember, you should always think of yourself as being on a rope with a fixed distance between you. When this person runs, you're going to get pulled. Okay, does everyone understand that? Similarly, face-off ball goes right. The wing official, now in this case, it's a little bit different. So here, the wing official was going left. Okay, so they're lined up here. The face-off official was going right. So the face-off official now has to run to get to the lead. The wing has to bust ass to get to, I'd like to be right here, actually. And then start counting to make sure there's onsides. Remember, you always count forward. Always count forward. So here you have to run across midfield. Here you're busting ass to get the goal line extended to become the lead official. All right, let's watch this video. Face-off video, wing running left, ball goes left. Okay, it's okay if the wing guys are moving around a little bit as long as they're behind the line, okay? There we go. Good face-off, he says release. There we go. Now, the official, you see that wing official is going down the goal line extended, kind of taking his time, okay? But the play isn't going past him, okay? So he's in front of the play. He's closer to the goal than the ball, okay? So as he stands on goal line extended, he's watching the game. That trail official has now come up about the 45-yard line. You can't see them. But that trail official should be working his way down. There he goes. It's the 42, okay? So let's watch that one more time. Face off, down, set. He's fixing the stick, so he hasn't said set yet. Now he says set, backs away diagonally, face off, clean face off, possession, winds his arm, gets the ball up. Now that trail official is going to goal line extended. He was the wing official. Now the wing official becomes the lead official. goes to goal line extended. And now the face-off official is the trail, and he's moseying on up to the 45-yard line. Okay. So ideally, I want you here as the trail official. Okay. This gives you a better chance. So typically, if you do football fields, I want you at between the 30 and the 33-yard line. Okay. In this instance, but I want you to be there so you have a little bit of buffer. So if this ball goes flying down the field, you as the trail now become the lead, and you have to run all the way down the field. Okay. So you want a little bit of a buffer between you and the ball as the trail. This is, about 12 yards. That's a little bit much. Okay. 5 or 6 yards is fine. So if this ball goes over to midfield, okay, and there's a potential over and back, then you're running over here to be the new lead. Okay. So the lead here is goal line extended. This is the trail. But if the ball comes over midfield and starts rolling down towards the other goal, the trail over here becomes a new lead and has to run down. And this lead down here becomes the new trail, and they have to run down. Does anybody have any questions? Great.
Yeah, Jeremy, I have a question.
Yeah, Bennett.
So is wing going right or wing going left? Is one more common among most officials?
Really, as long as the face-off official is running the far sideline, I guess typically they go left mostly, but it's fine. I don't care. As long as the wing official is on the coach's side. I've seen it all different ways. I've even seen the face-off official not run, period. But ideally, you would be going, just communicate with your partner, especially, your new partner. But I usually go left when I do the face-off.
Okay. Yeah, my natural inclination would be to go right, I guess, from soccer officiating. I don't know.
Yeah, that's totally fine. Then just communicate that with your partner.
And should you be consistent throughout the game on that?
Yes, 100%. And again, this is just face-offs to start the game or start quarters and such. When you're after a goal and your lead, then the trail is going to be actually doing the next face-off, and we'll talk about that at field training a little bit more. Because remember, you go back and forth depending on who's lead and where the goal is scored. So both officials during the game will be doing face-offs unless it's like a totally one-sided game. But even so, we switch at halves. So the officials switch at halves typically. What side of the field they're going to run at, the fan side or the coach's side. Good question, Bennett. Anything else, man? Good. Okay, great.
Nope.
So face-off. Oh, somebody else, or are we good? Okay. Face-off violations. Again, pre-whistle, stand the players up. Don't blow your whistle, stand the players up. Okay. Signal the violation. White moves. It's going to be green ball. White has to go down, give green space. Green is going to start the ball. One step at the face-off X, and then you blow the whistle, and everyone's released. Okay. Nobody else is restrained. If there's like a face-off violation of a push from a wing player, and it's off, it's off to the side, or there's a face-off violation of, let's say there's a player who pushes a player on the far sideline, the ball will restart at that location for the face-off then. Okay. It's very important that we'll talk about this at field training, but at the youth lacrosse level, if you restart every face-off violation that occurs at the face-off X, that's not a big deal. Okay. Just be consistent. If you're starting everything at the face-off X, that's a legal procedure before you start the play. We can talk about that. That's not the end of the world. What you don't want to have happen is your partner does something different than you. Okay, that's the main thing. But typically on face-off violations, you want to restart where the violation occurs, unless it's an illegal procedure about coming out of the box. Okay, without there being restraining box without being released. It's a lot of moving parts, but once you start doing it a few times of field training, you'll get the hang of it, I promise. Okay. Anybody have any questions? Okay, let's look at some violations and restarts. Perfect. So that whistle you heard, just to clarify, was from a different field. Okay, so he did everything great. He saw a violation, someone flinched, stood him up, didn't blow the whistle, signaled to the bench and the coaches what the violation was, and now they're going to restart. Let's watch this again. There we go. So the Fogo runs off. The other midfielder picks it up, restarts right at the face-off circle. Okay. That's a high school game, so the restart's going to be a little bit sloppier. You can just have everyone step up. The most important part, though, and we'll watch this one more time towards the end. Remember, everybody else, the attack and defense are restrained still. Okay. Only after he blows his whistle are the attack and defense released. Right there. So that once he got to the 45-yard line, the official blew the whistle. Now everyone's released. Okay. So that's an important caveat to face-off violations. You always want to make sure you when you blow your whistle, you say release. So everyone understands that they're no longer constrained. Okay. So here we have, does anybody have any questions on that? That caveat. Okay, great. So here we're doing just a little emoji filled USA Lacrosse video or diagram here. Let me see. So here it's just trying to show you that the face-off official and the wing official. So the wing official is going left. That means the face-off official is going right. Okay. So if the ball goes to the left, okay, the wing official is going to goal line extended. The face-off official is becoming trail. Okay. We'll go over this more in detail of field training, obviously, but the advancement counts also apply. So a face-off winning midfielder, if it's the red emoji and they're shooting on the blue goal here, once the red wins, they still have to get at 14U and 12U, they still have to get a touch inside the box within 10 seconds. Okay, within 10 seconds. There's no shot clock like there is in college. So everything's going to be hand counts. The goalie gets 4 seconds when they have the ball in their stick in the crease to get out of the crease or throw the ball. The defense has 20 seconds once it gains possession of the ball in their defensive half to get the ball over midfield. Okay, 20 seconds. Now, that 20-second count includes the goalie count. Okay, so the defense, if the goalie starts the ball, 4 seconds for a goalie. If they get it out at the 4 seconds, then they only have 16 seconds to get it over. Okay. Once you get it over midfield, the blue team then has 10 seconds to get one touch. After that, they're fine. They can hang out here. They can throw the ball around. Stalling is very rarely an issue, but we'll talk about that at the field training. And then at 14U, there's still going to be over and back. Okay. Which means that if the ball goes back over midfield, solely by the actions of the offense, then it's a turnover. Okay, we'll talk about those a little bit more detail. The important thing is the face-off official, when the face-off is won, yells possession and winds his arm. Okay, so if the ball is coming to his side, the right side, okay, he's going to be the goal line extended lead. And the counts are going to be done, the advancement counts are going to be done by this official as he comes over. The 10-second count will be by this official, and this official will signal. And we'll talk about this at training too, but you don't have to. I still recommend all my officials arm count the 10-second count. 1, 2, 3. It's just a visual representation of your count, and it helps the coaches and players understand that they need a count. At the lower ages, at 10U, there's only a 4-second count. You have to be very generous with that count, okay? A 10U goalie, typically they don't want to play. They're wearing shin guards, which is okay. Some of them have like elaborate gear on to protect themselves. It's totally fine. It's bulky. It's hard to get the ball in their cross. Once they get it in their stick, though, like elaborate, like 1, 2, 3. Goalie, you have 1 more second. 4. Right? You don't want to call that penalty. Just get them in the habit of understanding it. At 12U and 14U, it's going to be like goalie 1, 2, 3. Hopefully they get rid of the ball. Okay. What do you guys think is, how would you do a restart if the goalie fails to get rid of the ball? If it's a goalie failed to advance out of the crease. So if they hold it for more than 4 seconds, it's technically a legal procedure, I guess. But what do you think the restart would be? Where would the offense get the ball?
They get it at the alley.
Yeah, you never want to start the ball, any loose ball, right in front of the goal. Okay, it's not women's lacrosse where you get a clear advantage by starting the ball. Anytime in youth lacrosse, start the ball in the alley if it's in the goal area or just outside the restraining box. Okay, does everyone understand that? Very rarely are you starting the ball in a restart within the box in youth lacrosse. Okay, always err on starting it in the alley or outside the box. Okay, that's just a good rule of thumb. Same thing with time serving penalties. If team A slashes team B and it's in team A's defensive side, or no, I'm sorry. If team A slashes team B and team B is on their defensive side and you stop the play after the ball's loose, still on the defensive side, you always restart the game when there's a time serving penalty with the team getting the ball on their offensive side. Okay, there are very few exceptions to this in high school and college lacrosse, but in youth lacrosse, always starts the team that got the penalty against them or that committed against them. They should always start on their offensive side, 1 step in from midfield with enough space around them. Why? Because that's typically where all time serving penalties are going to start, with very few exceptions. And those are simultaneous penalties or linked penalties. But at the youth level, it's going to be real easy. Start at 1 step over midfield. Okay. Is everyone cool with that? Great. So in a settled situation, okay, so we've had a face-off where we've had a transition. We have a lead official at goal line extended, the trail official just a few yards above the restraining box, okay? The lead is responsible for the goal and crease area, the end line, okay? And shot back up, including the end line, this sideline, okay? And if the goalie gets the ball in his stick, then he does the 40 and 20-second count. Okay. The trail official is responsible for the shooter, the sideline over here. Okay. The opposite goal, any midfield violations, including over and back. And if the ball does go over midfield, the defense gets over midfield, the trail is the one who has to run down and become the new lead. Okay, so as the trail runs this way, the lead gets pulled. Remember, a fixed amount of rope tied between these two individuals. As they move, as this person moves, okay? So the lead official in a settled situation, goal and crease violations, end line and shot back up, this sideline. And then if the defense gets the ball, they do the new advancement count for the 20-second advancement count. Okay, the trail official in a settled play has the sideline responsibility, the shooter responsibility. They also have the opposite goal and over the back and any midfield violations. So that means that if the ball goes over midfield, they have to run all the way down to goal line extended and be the new lead. Okay, very important that you understand, like, this is a you're working together in unison. Okay, what's going on? I'm stuck in formatting. Okay. So this is a good kind of pyramid diagram about field coverage. Okay. So here's the goal. Here's the lead. Goal line extended. Okay. If the ball is within this little discrete area, okay, this lead official is closest to the ball. They are considered on ball official. Okay, on ball official. If the trail official is over here and the ball's closer to the lead, the trail official becomes the off ball official. Okay, so that just means that the ball is closer to your area. You're still responsible for watching your areas, but now you also have to watch where the ball is coming towards you. Okay, so the trail official is always looking for the shooter, even if it's in the on-ball area, because the lead is going to have to look at the goal and crease and make sure there's no violations here. And also, if there's a shot, that there's the shot crosses the goal line for a goal. Okay, so this is what on-ball is, when the official's closest to the ball. Trail is, or the off ball is when the other official is closer to the ball. Okay. Similarly, the trail, when they're closer to the ball, they can be the on ball official. Okay. In that case, the lead official is watching a larger area when the ball is on that side. Okay. It's just natural. They're always responsible for the end line, their sideline, the goal area. But now the area that they cover when the ball is on the trail side becomes a little bit bigger because they're the off ball official versus the on ball official. Okay. This is really just moving a little bit of your vision, increasing it when the ball's on the other side and kind of narrowing it down when the ball's on your side. Okay. But always the lead official is responsible for the crease goal, the end line, and following shots and determining who's closest. Okay, so now as the ball, sometimes it's hard to tell who's who. And as the ball is kind of moving towards the lead official, the lead official being at goal line extended, now the lead is the on official since the ball is coming towards him. Okay, so now the off ball official, the trail, will kind of open up his view as the ball comes down and the lead kind of narrows his view. Okay. So even though you can be on ball or off ball, your responsibilities for watching the ball more closely versus in addition to your responsibilities as lead and trail official, you always have to remember the lead official is going to be goal line extended, end line, and the sideline they're closest to are always their responsibility. Whereas trail officials, the sideline they're closest to, and the midfield line and the end line down here is their responsibility. So why is the end line? So why do I keep saying the end line? Because a lot of times you'll see a Gilman from a goalie or a defensive player over on this side. The ball will go all the way down to this end line. You have to run as the trail official all the way down to that end line to determine if anyone touched the pass, or sometimes it's a shot because the goal will be empty for a double team. Okay. So it's your responsibility as a trail. Once that ball is over midfield, you're now the lead. Okay. You're the lead. You should be running as fast as you can, the goal line extended, and you should always try to stay ahead of the game, ahead of the play. It's a lot to take in, but it really isn't. It'll be super intuitive once you get on the field, I promise. Okay. So again, this US Lacrosse video is not working for settled situations. Okay. But essentially what we described is a settled situation. Lead and trail, switching positions, and changing your viewing responsibilities. The ball is moving towards you and you're closer, you're the on-ball official. Okay. So this is just showing you the mechanics of what happens after a goal is scored and ensuing face-off. So I'm gonna start. Yeah. So the lead official, let's say there's a goal scored. Boom, on this goal. The lead official is goal line extended, runs into the crease, stands on the crease, signals goal, puts his hands up after he's blowing the whistle. First thing he does, blow the whistle, stop the play after the goal is scored, run in, signal goal. Okay. Now the lead official picks up the ball, and either runs it to or does a short underhand throw to the wing official. The wing official now, okay, is going to be doing the face-off. So the lead official, goal scored, lead official blows whistle, runs to the crease, signals goal, gets the ball. The wing official comes down, meets the lead official. They hand off the ball, hopefully. The wing official now becomes the face-off official. Okay? The wing official now becomes the face-off official. Okay? So they're going to do the face-off. The lead official now becomes the wing official. So what does that mean? It's just common sense. It's just if you're the lead official, goal scored, you give the ball to the wing official, they're going to do the face-off. You communicate with them, hey, I'm still going right. You're going to go left. Great. When you're ready, wing official, put your hand down in the direction that you're going to run to, and I'll know that you're ready and I can start the face-off. It's just this kind of mechanic, okay? Lead official blows a whistle, signifies the goal, gets the ball from the goalie, gets it to the wing official. The wing official now becomes the face-off official, okay? And the former lead official becomes the wing official, okay? You're always working in team, and that's why everyone's going to be doing face-offs during the course of the game, okay? Similarly with over and back, this is really mostly applicable to 14U, not 10U at all. When you're doing over and back restarts, the trail official and lead official are here. Yellow has the ball, let's say, and they're on offense trying to score. The ball from a bad pass or such goes over midfield. So you call the trail official, then calls the over and back. Now the trail official becomes the lead official. So the trail official is going to have to lead this way. The former lead official now becomes the trail official. That's it. It's super commonsensical. That's not even a word, but it's really just common sense. Okay. As your partner runs one way, you're going to have to run with them. As he runs this way, you're going to run back. Okay. As he becomes the lead, you become the trail. As now you become the lead, as the ball is coming towards you, he becomes the trail. Okay. It's just this kind of motion, and it's just working in unison and communicating. After every goal, you just communicate with the other official, like, hey, I'm still going right. You're going to go left. Great. Have a great face-off. Okay. So when we restart from a settled play, yeah. So depending if the ball is on this side of the field, the lead should be restarting it from the goal or from this side of the field or from the end line. Okay. If the ball goes out on the sideline that trails around, or it's a midfield or a far end line violation, the trail is going to restart. Okay. The trail is going to restart. So lead, the sideline is closest to, the end line, trail, sideline he's closest to, and the midfield and end line. Deep restarts across field. Excuse me. The rule of thumb is to keep 2 lines between you and the ball and move towards the goal as the ball moves upfield. Essentially what it's doing, if the ball's starting here, let's just say, and I know this is a little bit different, this person was the lead official, there is a violation of the crease, the offensive player steps in the crease, so it's starting with the goalie. Okay, so this former lead official, okay, now is actually starting the play and is going to be the trail official. Why? Because the play is going this way. The new lead official, okay, is now going to be first at around the midfield line to look for violations. Okay, and as the ball makes it over to the first restraining line, the lead official takes a little bit farther, moves a little bit closer to his responsibilities at goal line extended. And as the ball gets over midfield, now once it's over midfield, lead official has to be a goal line extended. Okay, because once you get into this area, the 20-second advancement counts over. Okay, now they have to get a 10-second count, and you have to be in position to see that. Okay, to see the ball moving into the box as your trail official moves up to his or her position to also view when they get a touch inside that box. Okay, it's communication. Now, what you don't want to have happen is if the goalie saves the ball or I'm sorry, there's a face-off or crease violation. So the goalie's starting with the ball. The former lead official now becomes a trail. He's here to start the play and do the 4-second and 20-second counts. Okay. The new lead official does not want to run the goal line extended right away before the ball even leaves the crease, because your responsibilities are going to be first at the midfield line. Okay. So as that ball gets out of the restraining box, then you can start creeping forward. Once it gets over midfield, you have to get the goal line extended. Okay. You have to get the goal line extended because there's one advancement count to go, and you and the trail have to communicate to make sure that that's satisfied. Okay. Again, the rule of thumb, keep 2 lines between you and the ball, but that's not the case. Once the ball starts to get, once the ball gets over midfield, you have to be here. Okay. You have to be a goal line extended. You can creep around this area as the ball goes back and forth, because it's very possible ball gets right here and then the other team gets it and they start attacking on the goal that the ball hasn't been cleared from. So now you as the lead are running back and becoming trail. The former lead, who was the trail, now becomes the lead again, because now the ball is going back this way. All right. It's common sense. I know it seems a little convoluted due to my explanation, but once you get on the field, you'll start to see, hey, you know, this is where I want to be, where I can safely get the goal line extended before the play gets the goal line extended. Okay. Yeah, one other important part is the mechanics of restarting at the substitution box. You never start the ball. The substitution area, again, is the box area and the team area, the substitution area. You never start the ball within 5 yards of this area. Why? Because as you blow the whistle, okay, somebody could change out at 14U and they would have an advantage. You always want to start the ball at least 5 yards out. You can start it on the wing too, if you have to do a restart on the coach's side, on the team side, okay? If that's the case, the trail official is going to restart. Make sure it's at least 5 yards from the sideline area, okay? And try to get it like right on the edge of the box. Okay? Does everyone understand that? That's a very important call to remember on certainly 14 and 12U, where there's free substitutions. 10U in Madison and according to USA Lacrosse only has substitutions at whistles. Okay. Restart. Yep. So we start the ball within 5 yards of the area. Trail, lead. Lead is already positioned with balls cleared. Perfect. End line restart after shot. So in this case, this was the lead official. This was the trail official. Shot occurs. Okay. The defense is closest to the shot when it goes out of bounds. That's how we're determining possession after a shot. Defense is closest, defense gets it. Offensive is closest, offense gets it. Here, the defense is closest, so it gets the ball. So the lead official who made this call, okay, defense ball, now becomes the trail official to start the play. And the former trail official becomes the lead. Okay, trail official blows the whistle. He now does the 20-second advancement count. Lead official is going to creep, creep, creep closer to midfield. Okay. See if this goes. Oh, didn't work. Okay, and as the ball advances up, the lead official creeping, creeping, creeping. Once it gets over midfield, the lead official has to get back to goal line extended while watching the play. The trail official should be running up, but the trail official should never be higher than the ball. What I mean by that is if the ball stays right here, the trail official has to stay with it. The ball moves up here, okay, to the restraining box line, the trail official can't be ahead of the ball. They have to be slightly trailing the ball. Okay. Does that make sense, everyone? I mean, it's a lot easier to see on the field when you're doing it. So penalty relays. Number one, when a whistle should be blown to stop play if you're adjudicating a penalty, right? So you either have a flag down slow whistle situation that the goodies have resolved, so you have to blow your whistle, okay? Or is this an immediate, is a dead ball whistle and you have a penalty report? So first thing you want to do is let your partner know, okay? Form your partner, get open space facing the table near midfield, Okay, you can even stand on a couple steps in from the restraining line. Just take a beat, make sure you know what you want to say. Okay. As the guy in the lacrosse video, USA lacrosse video said, stay as calm as you can. Okay, just take that beat, get yourself set, make the C notes, color, number, offense, time, and then the explanation. Okay, then you're good. You relayed the penalty to the bench. Okay, typically that will be the trail official. Okay, the trail official should be doing the C note to the bench. Okay, if you're working with a partner and the lead official does it instead, it's not the end of the world. Okay, just make sure that you and your partner communicate about what the penalty is. Usually the lead official will throw a flag and then they'll signal to the trail. The trail will then tell the bench. Okay, C note. None of these are actually going to work, but we'll practice those on the field. Okay. Correcting mistakes by officials. Like we've talked about a number of times, you're going to make mistakes. Okay. Be honest about them. You know, say, hey, coach, I inadvertently blew the whistle. I apologize. We're just going to restart, you know, based on the White had possession when I accidentally blew the whistle. We're not going to give White a disadvantage. It's going to be white ball outside the box on my next whistle. Okay. Make sure you say that to both benches. Okay. Don't just say it to the white bench and the red bench is like, what the hell is going on? Okay. Just be upfront. Hey, I'm sorry. I missed a call. It was bound to happen eventually. Okay. Don't get angry or defensive about it. Own it. Okay. Own it. Just like the coaches don't like to be ignored from their chirping. You know, officials who are aggressive against coaches set a real bad precedent too. Okay, nothing gets in a coach madder than being ignored or also being sniped at by an official. Okay, so just be friendly, be open, and admit your mistakes. It's always better that way. Okay, end of game mechanics. Okay, you are not responsible for standing next to the handshake line. It's good if you can, but you are not responsible for adjudicating the handshake after the game. Okay. What's best is both of you go to the table, talk about any issues with the game. Typically you guys will have 3 or 4 games back to back. Okay, so you'll be working together. It'll be the last game of the day. You don't have to sign the scorebook. That's for high school. But your job as an official technically ends when you leave the immediate playing facility. So leaving the field area. Okay. Both of you should get in the habit of leaving the field together. Okay. And making sure that there isn't any outstanding issues. If you have an issue with a coach after a game, the game is over, handshakes have been done, coach just comes at you, starts yelling at you, being really aggressive with you, you can throw a flag while you're still in the field and eject the coach after the game. It's very rare, but it unfortunately has happened a couple times. Okay, where after a game's over, officials are, you know, walking off the field together and a coach just runs up to them, gets in front of them, starts screaming at them how bad job they did. You can throw a flag, eject that coach, then you call me immediately. Why did you eject that coach after the game? You ejected that coach after the game because now they can't coach their next game. It's a lot to ask of you guys. It's a lot to ask of everyone. But if a coach is that unhinged and it's happened, we have to know about it. The best way to do it is to do a post-game ejection. All you have to do is throw a flag, and then you can walk back to the bench and tell them if they're already packed up, you just call me. Okay? Does anybody have any questions on that? I really hope you don't have to do that. Anybody have any questions on that? Great. Power through. PowerPoint. All right. So that is it for two-person mechanics overview. Okay. So the big takeaways. Communicate with your partner. Understand that the face-off is determining when you do the mechanics of the face-off, you're determining who's going which way. So who's going to become the new lead and who's going to become the new trail, going right or going left. Okay. Always, if you're the wing official, your hand is always up until you're set. You've checked the wing lines, you've checked the restraining box to make sure everything's kosher. Once it is and you're ready, then you put your arm facing the direction that you're going to run. So then the face-off official is going to look at you and make sure that your arm is in the direction parallel to the ground, which way you're going to run. If your arm's up perpendicular to the ground, then they will not blow the whistle to start the face-off. Okay, they won't even put the ball down to begin the face-off. Okay, face-off violation, don't blow the whistle, stand them up, adjudicate the penalty, and then when you blow the whistle to start to play again, just remember you have to say released. Okay, because that whistle is the only thing that's going to that's releasing the restrained players in the attack and defense areas. Because there was no possession from the face-off violation. Okay, you guys are going to do great. I know that because you're still probably listening to some of this. Luckily, it's recorded. The key word is Dairyland. So it's important that you understand, like, it's going to be a little bit hard to begin with, and then it'll catch up. You'll catch up, I promise you. Okay, the code word again is Dairyland. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to go to one more session here. I want to do the face-off. Okay, perfect. Okay, so this should pretty much close us out. Real quick, since we only have about 30 minutes left, and the code word is Dairyland. Do you guys have any questions, any kind of question whatsoever about test, arbiter access? Excuse me, if you're from Madison and you're not and it's your first year officiating, you'll be getting your arbiter email on Monday from me, as long as you've attended both sessions. So this doesn't apply to Tyler, Calvin, or the guys who officiated for me last year who are now coming back to do that. Okay, or Gil, yeah. So you guys should already be an arbiter, but everybody else in Madison, if it's your first year, you should be getting a welcome email from arbiter Monday night. Okay. Now, any questions, any high-level questions, anything about what we covered, test taking? Anybody have any questions before we get into face-off? Dairyland, Talon. Dairyland. Okay, a good group. Talon, you feeling better? You all right? There's a lot of flu and RSV and strep throat running around. I think everyone's got it. Okay, let's go to the face-off and do some face-off mechanics and stuff to look for, and kind of figure out a little bit more detail about what we want to do with the face-off. Okay. During the face-off, how can we help ourselves as officials? Again, we keep harping back to the same thing. Be consistent, define expectations of yourself, the coaches, and the players. Okay. It's okay. Like if you're waiting, the face-off middies are there, like, how's the day going? You know, they'll be like, oh, okay, you know, whatever. They're usually little kids, so they don't like to talk to adults or older kids, but just be friendly. Communicate, make sure they know the lines of communication at that time. They can ask you a question as long as it's not a whiny statement. And then you want to just do the face-off in a timely manner, not quick per se and not fast, but just in a timely manner. Okay. Pre-game, you can have a face-off meeting at the high school level. Don't do it at the youth level. Just talk about that with the coaches when you certify them. And you can also do that at the captains when you do the captain's coin toss. It's just best, and there's no reason to have face-off meetings at the youth level. Again, we're not going to do that at the youth level, but the face-off cadence is going to be similar. Okay, once your partner is ready to go, so the wing official moves his arm to the direction he's going to go. Okay, You want to put the ball down, be ready for the down position. Okay, make sure the stick heads are top. You're going to tell them to go down. Okay. At that point, you can help move the sticks. You just want to make sure the top of the stick to the other stop of the stick, okay, are lined up. They should not be touching the midfield line. If your field doesn't have a midfield line, just do your best, straighten them out, okay? The hands have to be in the proper grip at 12 and 14U, okay? No motorcycle grip. No leaning of the stick head, so they should be perpendicular to the ground. And at 12 and 14U, they should not have body parts on the ground, okay, outside of the gloves. Okay, very, very important. Down, set them. Okay, then once you yell set, any movement before that whistle is a violation. Okay, you can spend a little time lining them up to make sure it's done properly. Once you give them the command to go down. Okay, so put the ball down, down. Line them up if they need to. What I tend to do the first couple weeks when I do face-offs at every age level is I will put the ball down, tell the players to go down, I'll set them, and then I would literally say into their ear holes, listen, I'm going to say set really loud. Once I say set, do not move until you hear the whistle. Okay? Once I say set, don't move until the whistle. That's literally what I tell these kids. And then I'll yell set really loud. And then I'll back in my diagonal and blow the whistle to start. Okay? Down set whistle. It's really important that you're consistent. You don't have to blow the whistle at the same cadence per se and the same beat, but just be consistent with your face-off mechanism. Okay? If you're gonna, certainly at the beginning of the year, it's okay. Once you tell the kids to go down, you line their sticks up, make sure no one's touching the line. You tell them, hey, I'm gonna say set really loud, right? Once I say set, don't move into the whistle. And then you yell set really loud. And then you back off on your diagonal, blow the whistle, start the face off. Okay? Those are all the things you're looking for. Okay. We do have pregame meetings, but not a pregame face-off meetings. Okay. So USA Lacrosse is absolutely right here. Thanks for making use specific slides. But you still can convey what you want that to be known, what you expect of the players when they're facing off. And again, the first couple weeks, I would highly advise you do the same thing I do, where you line them up, you tell them you're going to yell set, you yell set, and then the whistle. Okay. Consistency is key, right? Ball, put the ball down, tell the players down, make your corrections while you say down before you say set. Once you say set, do not make any adjustments to the players yourself. Okay, it's either going to be no whistle, everybody up, or it's going to be whistle to start the play. Okay. Wait, I can share any slides with you. I think you have to be a certified trainer, but I'm positive I can send you these slides. One digression. And then on possession, both officials should wind their arms. Okay. So once the team picks up the ball from a face-off, you yell possession, and wind your arm. Okay. The face-off official should be the one yelling possession. Both officials should wind their arms. Okay. Does everyone understand that? Great. So here's some very, very common, certainly early season issues about the face-off. First and foremost, hands on shaft or plastic, you can't do that. You have to have it off the plastic. Stick should be parallel and in line to each other. Okay, again, you have gloves over here on the stick, plastic possibly. The line, you should not be, let's see any slides. Oh, are you guys not seeing these slides right now?
Nah, I'm just seeing you. Now I do. There we go.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Why don't you tell me? Yeah, let me show you this real quick. So thanks for finally telling me, man. I appreciate it.
I didn't realize it at first, so my bad.
Keep going. So again, what we talked about, define our expectations, communication, quick but not fast, defining expectations. Talked about this. Pre-game meeting, that's not going to be an issue. You're not going to go through a pre-game face-off meeting. Okay. The decision items for your players. Remember, talked about this. Balls down, then you tell the players to go down. You make your corrections. Once you say set, those players are set. Okay. You're either bringing them up for a violation or you're blowing your whistle to start. Once you start, okay, you're committed to that face-off until there's a violation or until a team picks the ball up. The face-off official, once the possession is attained, should yell possession, wind his arm. Both officials, including the trail, will wind their arm. Okay? So usually it's only the face-off official who yells possession. If both of you yell it, that's fine. Okay? Sometimes there is a case where the trail official is going to have a better view of that possession. The ball comes closer to their side of the field. Okay? At the youth level, yell possession, both wind your arms. Okay? Just make it known that they can be released. So here are some very common, this is where we were before I realized the video was on. Hands on the plastic. Okay, you got to correct that when they go down for their face-off in the downtime. Okay, sticks should be parallel to the line, but they should be perpendicular as well. They shouldn't be angled over the ball. They shouldn't touch the line either. They should be up to, but not touching the line. Okay, and here fingers wrapped around shaft and touching the ground. So what you're looking for are all of these different things. Okay, are they parallel to each other, perpendicular to the ground? Great. Are they not touching the line? Great. A hands on plastic, get them off. Okay. Fingers wrapped around, make sure there's no motorcycle grips where you have both your knuckles up. Okay. No motorcycle grips. You should have a standing neutral grip like is shown here. Perfect. Once you do that, what I usually do is, hey, I'm going to yell set really loud. Once I yell set, don't move until you hear the whistle. Okay. That's what you want to be doing. Okay. Perfect. Blow your whistle, get the game going. Okay. The wing players, you never want to forget about them. Okay. It's very important that the wing players do not check or make contact with the two face-off midfielders. Okay. You can't, as a wing, run in there and throw your stick in the scrum or make body contact with the face-off people. Okay. It's either going to be unnecessary roughness. Okay. If they make a body check, you can even, if it's that vicious, it could be targeting too. Okay. But the face-off middies the face-off midfielders should be the ones who decide where the ball goes. If the ball then gets popped out and it's loose, the wing defenders have every right to that ball. Okay. But remember, it's only going to be the wing midfielders and the face-off midfielders until possession is called who can play that ball, unless the ball crosses the restraint into the restraining box. Okay. Does everyone understand that? Sorry about that slide, Gav. So what about players in a penalty box during a face-off? Okay. If you are playing a man down during a face-off, and remember, penalties are full serve this year. Okay, at the youth level. This wing has to be left open. Okay. If you're doing the face-off, there's like, let's say there's 3 seconds left on a penalty for one of the wing midfielders. It's very important that before you do this face-off, when there's someone in the box, you yell the timekeeper, how much time in the penalty? They'll say 3 seconds or 4 seconds. You tell them this player cannot be released from the penalty area, even if it takes more than 5, 6, 7 seconds until possession is called. Okay. They are restrained like every other player on the field that's not a midfielder until possession is called. So let's say there's a face-off, B wins possession in 2 seconds. Okay. This wing is not released until that time will go away. But if this face-off is being fought out for like 10, 15 seconds, even though this player's remaining time is only 3 seconds, they cannot be released until possession is called. Okay, does everyone understand that? Okay, great. Super. So loose ball technical foul during a face-off. What do? Okay, players are restrained. If you call a loose ball technical foul during a face-off, okay, there's no possession. Okay, if let's say the blue team pushes the red team, loose ball technical foul while the ball's loose over here, right? Red picks up the ball and brings it upfield, tries a scoring opportunity. It's a slow whistle. Okay, play on situation. The play on's going to be over because red got the ball. Okay, but remember, there was no possession, so everyone's restrained. Red had blue committed the foul against red over here while the ball was loose. Red actually got the ball during the play on, brought it down, the play on's over. Okay. Once you yell possession and it's red who gets possession of the ball, okay, and they're not going to be interfered with anymore, let them go because that's an advantage to them to possibly score. That's going to be a play on, okay, and then the play on is going to be over once red establishes possession, which is usually 3, 4, 5 steps with the ball comfortably in their stick. Okay. Now, if blue commits the push on red and then blue picks it up, okay, you have to blow the whistle dead because it's a technical foul committed by blue while the ball's loose. Okay, so then blue should not hit the ball. It's going to be red ball. Okay, where the foul occurred, let's say the push happened over here, red will get the ball here. Everyone is still restrained until you blow the whistle to start the ball with red. Okay, because technically there is no possession yet. So these are still restrained. And when you blow the whistle to allow red to have the ball after the foul is committed against them, then once that whistle blows, you also yell possession and then everyone's released. Okay. So when do we simply start over a face-off? Very, very, very rarely. Ball goes out of bounds in midfield and officials don't know who last touched the ball. You can use alternating possession for that. Okay, you can use alternating possession for that in the youth level. An inadvertent whistle before the ball crosses the restraining line, that's a big bummer. You should start that. You could start that face-off over at the youth level. Okay, that's one of those instances where a loose ball, once it crosses the restraining line, can be picked up by either team and everyone's released once it's possessed. If you blow the whistle while the ball's loose before it goes over that line, you should reface in that instance. Please reface. An injury occurs in the midfield area during the course of the play, you can reface. Remember, at the youth level, an injury is one of the most important things we're going to do. We want to be safe more than we want to be allowing teams to have an advantage or disadvantage. So if somebody gets hurt in around the play, stop the play dead, please. Just stop the clock, even at 10U. Let the player get attention. At youth lacrosse, we have to always worry about safety. Very rarely do we have simultaneous fouls of equal duration that occur while the ball is loose. But technically, that in high school, that's actually a way in which you could reface. Or official calls timeout before a team gains possession. A loose ball, you think that the team picked up the ball, but they didn't, so it's still loose, and you blow the whistle for whatever reason, you could reface. Again, these are very rare instances. The biggest reface is typically ball goes out of bounds at the midfield line. You can use AP for that, but the inadvertent whistle before the ball crosses the restraining line, or if you blow the ball dead during a loose ball situation, like an inadvertent whistle. Okay. So does anybody have any questions on those? Like you'll get the feeling for it. And if you just use alternating possession, that's okay. Don't worry too much about that, especially when the ball goes out of bounds in the midfield area, in the wing area, and you don't know who touched the ball last. It's totally fine to use AP at youth level. So what does a face-off after a goal looks like? So we kind of already went over this. This isn't gonna, oh, this doesn't. Okay, let's watch this video. That's kind of hard to see with the stuff on top. Thanks, US Lacrosse. So just look at the goal. You see the trail officials now moving back to be the face-off. The lead officials in the goal getting the ball. Okay, let's stop. Let's go at the beginning. Okay, so I know it's hard to see with these text boxes up. I don't know. I can get rid of those. I can't. Okay, but just watch this official here, who should be like the lead official and the trail official. This is a 3-man crew, so it's gonna be a little different. Trail official's coming up. Lead official is here. Okay, under the text box. Okay, shots coming, goal scored. So lead official is actually from the other side in this 3-man crew. Blew his whistle, ran in, gave the signal. Now he's going to take the ball up. The trail now is the face-off official. So he's got a timer for 20 seconds. He's looking at the former lead official brings the ball up, and he's going to do a face-off. Okay. In this case, this is a 3-man crew, so it's a little bit different. But in the 2-man crew, the trail official is going to be the one doing the face-off. Okay. So remember, if you're the lead official, a goal scored while you're lead, blow the whistle, stop the play, signal goal, get the ball out, give it to your partner. Okay. Give it to your partner. Let your partner do the next face-off. Let's see. Okay. So that's it for face-off. Does anybody have any questions about where you should be on a face-off? How you do a face-off? Does anybody have any questions at all? Anyone? All right. Looks like we lost like 5 people. This isn't too bad. Again, so yeah, I apologize for missing those first few slides of the face-off. We went over those. The code for today is Dairyland. Okay, so make sure you send an email to your assigner. It's 3:20 and we only had 1 break, so I'm just gonna open this up for any last minute questions. Otherwise, we are done for the day. So a couple things just moving forward. Get your tests done. There's only 1 test you have to take. There's also a mandatory, any mandatory things that USA Lacrosse has. Let me see if I can pull that up here. Give me 1 second. Yeah. All right. Let me just check this out. And robot. So when you go to, all right, I'm going to share my screen real quick. Dashboard. No, I don't want that one. I want this one. Okay. Okay, can everyone hear me? I guess there's some problem sharing this. When you log into USA Lacrosse, okay, make sure that you always, your membership, number 1, is up to date. Number 2, make sure that you can access the test. If you have trouble accessing the test, contact me. I'll walk you through it. But you have to make sure your membership is up to date. You have to make sure that the email that you use to register for USA Lacrosse is the same one that you're sending your assigners to use for your Arbiter account. Okay. And then you have to do the 50-question use-specific test. If you have any questions about those, please let me know. Okay. I can help you with some of those. I can help you find the right answers. And then there is a video that you just have to watch about the professional development and being a good person. take care of that. And then field training, which is the 15th of April or the 16th of April, 15th in the Madison area, 16th in Milwaukee. Okay. Once you do those, you are ready to go. You are ready to start officiating games, getting paid. When is USA Lacrosse online coursework and exam due? Talk to your local assigner. For guys in Madison, it's due before the field training for me. If you're in Milwaukee, reach out to Randy Cohen about when he wants the online work done, but it's honestly, it won't take you very long. Fisher, does that answer your question, man? If you're in Milwaukee, talk to Randy. If you're in Bay Valley, talk to Joe Ornstein. If you're with me in Madison, then you guys just have to have it done by April 15th. Okay. And as assigners, we can see that you've done it or if you haven't done it yet. Okay. Just so you know. And then, you know, between now and the field training dates, you have about a month. Okay. Try to get those tests done now, but make sure you get your officiating shirt. Make sure you get a whistle and a Fox 40 whistle and a yellow flag. If you don't have a yellow flag, just ball up a bright yellow t-shirt you have and try to use that. Okay. Do your best when you order your shirts to get a flag too. Epic Sports has tons of shirts. Some of them are like $10 officiating shirts. They have to have a collar. They have to have a collar and they have to have a pocket in the front. Okay. They do a great job. There's tons of places. Randy mentioned some place in the Milwaukee area which stocks officiating shirts. It's the same one for football. The stripes are a little bit different but who cares? Just buy a football one, collar and a chest pocket. If you have any questions, you can always reach out to me, even if you're not in the Madison area. I can help you with your test too. Or if you have any general questions, please feel free to reach out to me. WILOA is the Wisconsin Lacrosse Officials Organization. I don't work for them, or I'm not a member of WILOA per se. They have a board. They also pay for all the arbiter access. So students, I believe it's $25. Your assigner will send you a link to pay for that. You just have to pay it, Venmo it, I think, or PayPal, $25 to WILOA. And talk to your assigner about that. And that gives you access, you know, that covers your arbiter charge and the fee to use, I guess, Zoom or something they charge you. But it's a pretty nominal fee. It's like half a game fee. And, you know, hopefully you guys aren't doing this for the money, but it's a pretty good way to make like $150, $200 a day doing 3 to 4 games. So with that, test, field training, get your equipment done. Have any questions, reach out to me, reach out to your assigners, reach out to anyone at WILOA. There's an email, WILOA trainer at Gmail. That's Steve Perez. He's been doing this a long time. He can answer your questions. Please email him too if you want. Otherwise, I'll stick around for 5 minutes for questions. But as far as if you've attended both these sessions, you are officially considered classroom certified. You still have to do your field training, but this is your second classroom session. Thank you. And that's all you have to do classroom wise, Zoom wise. So you can drop off. If you have any questions, I'll still be here for a few minutes. All right. Hope to see you on the field. Have a great day.
I have one question.
All right, shoot.
So when will we start to receive games?
What area are you in, Jude?
Kenosha.
Okay, so Randy Cohen is your assigner. So if you do all the online trainings or the tests, do that one professional development course, he will probably start plugging you in either right after field training or right before your field training. You'll start getting a bunch of games.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, he has to make sure that you go through field training and stuff like that first.
What exam are we supposed to take? Is it the boys lacrosse youth rules or is it something else?
Yeah, so it's there's a rules exam through the e-learning portal. So I'm trying to figure out what your screen will look like. But in the e-learning portal on the USA Lacrosse website, there is something called, let me see. Should be boys youth certification exam or boys youth. It should say exam 2023 boys lacrosse youth.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
50 questions, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. And then there's one professional development course. We can send out that link too, but you do have to do that. It should say required courses. USA Lacrosse Cultural Competency. I want to say that's it. No, that's not it. That's one I had to take. I will send you what the other. There's no test for the other one. It's just essentially you have to watch it, and then there's a USA Lacrosse records if you watch it through, but if you skip it, like skip through, it also picks that up too. Just a heads up.
Called the 2023 Boys Annual Professional Development Open is what it's under.
There you go. Thank you.
And it's under when you go to log into your US Lacrosse, it should be under certifications. If you go to my transcript, it'll tell you what you need to do. It'll say 2022 USAL official certification boys game. And then you click on that and it tells you what you need to do.
All right.
I'd show you my screen, but I can't.
So there's going to be a lot of other courses on there. So you can use the e-learning portal for any of those courses available to you. There's cultural competency. There's understanding the game from the coach's perspective. The 2023 annual professional development is the one. 2023 boys lacrosse youth rules. You can also just use as a reference the 2023 boys lacrosse youth rules course at all times, especially when you're taking your test. But if you Google USA Lacrosse boys youth rules, you should get the PDF of all the youth specific rules and boys rules. That's really what will help you get through the test, because the rule book is really designed towards high school and FHS. So, a lot of these rules are, similar, but for the youth, some of the questions I'll ask on the youth test, you'll really want to reference that youth, boys youth rule changes and boys youth rules comparison chart from USA Lacrosse. I think we can just send those out. Yeah, sure. WILOA, we can put those on the WILOA website too, if you're interested.
Thank you.
You bet. Have a good season. Anybody else have any other questions?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say thank you very much for doing all this. Appreciate it.
Oh, no problem. Ian, what part of the state are you from, Ian?
I'm in the Fox Valley with I'm in Neenah. Yeah. So
great.
I got to hook up with last year and work with him. So.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
Joe's a good guy, man.
Thanks.
Good.
Thanks. Have a good one.
Yeah, you too. Have a great season. Somebody else have a question?
Yeah, I got one, Jeremy.
Oh, yeah. Fire away.
So Scott had me watch the videos from part 1 from Milwaukee. Is that acceptable? Because I didn't know about the stuff last week.
Yeah, talk to Scott. Just make sure he's on board with it. And then,
okay.
As far as I'm concerned, it is to do youth in Madison. But I'm not sure what Scott has.
Yeah, he actually wants me to go to the high school field stuff too, to start helping with JV stuff. So
that's fine. Yeah, that's totally fine. You can do that.
So yeah, I talked to him after the Edgewood game this week. So yeah, he said, yeah, do all this. And so
great.
All right.
Yeah, you're all set then. Thank you.
Sounds good.
Talon, did you have a question too?
Yeah, so I got my exam and the boys youth rules things done. Anything else you want us to do? Like that's mandatory?
Yeah, the professional, what is it? The professional 2023 annual professional development class.
All right.
It should be a boys one. Yeah.
Yeah, I know where to go and stuff. So,
Yeah, just do that one. All right, man.
all right, thanks.
Yeah, and then Talon, you'll be getting your arbiter email Monday night or Tuesday. Once you do that, just log in from that email invite, and then I'll have you in the system.
All right.
Feel better, man. Hope you feel better.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, anybody else? Alejandro, you have any questions?
Yeah, I got a question.
Yeah.
So, I got kicked out of this meeting because my phone died.
Oh,
Are
okay.
these
Yeah.
on like WILOA already?
Not already, but they should be soon.
Okay.
Just remember the when did you get kicked off, Alejandro?
I mean, it was like 30 minutes ago.
Oh, so you only missed 30 minutes?
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah. Just review it if you can. But I mean, you got the bulk of the meeting, so that's that's cool. You probably just missed part of mechanics, which is really important. But just try to go back and watch it. But as far as I'm concerned, you attended it, and just send that code word Dairyland to your assigner. Are you in Milwaukee area?
Yeah, I'm Milwaukee area.
Okay, yeah. So just send Dairyland to Randy Cohen, and you're all set.
All right, sounds good. And
All right,
then
yeah.
I got another question about
Sure.
the in-person like trainings.
Yeah.
Do you know the dates for those?
Yeah.
I know there's
April-
one at Shorewood.
That's
for the
April
Mil-
16th.
April 16th.
Yeah.
All right.
So, hey, Alejandro, email Randy Cohen,
right.
downsetmax@gmail, and make sure he knows you're coming to that training, okay?
Okay.
Perfect. All right, buddy, have a great season.
Yeah, thank you.
You bet.